And with Hilly and Weibo, I felt and Yamato too, I felt so much like energy, you know, it's hard to describe. I really felt like we had something special, the way we were talking about the game, the way we were making plans and executing it in game very, very well, and really being on the same page. That's the best feeling in League, when everyone is on the same page. Like on paper, this is my most regrettable year. I think this is the year where I should have won LEC.
So basically what you're saying is if Ocelot never watched The Celebrity Apprentice, then none of this would have happened.
Yeah, that was my point. I just explained it with way too many words.
How do you feel about Losper as a player? Would you be excited to play with him if it was on the table?
From what I've seen and from the hypothetical conversations I had with him in my mind, from how it went.
In your mind palace.
In my mind palace next door. I think I'm very curious to see how that's going to develop. I think he could be somebody very passionate and somebody that really has similar values to me. But obviously, I don't have too much information, right? But I didn't anticipate that the change would have been kicking Yamato, right? Because that was also one of the big reasons why I wanted to go there.
If there's anyone watching this that's been horrible to you in the past, I hope they can realise the human that they're doing it to. Upset, welcome to the interview. We may as well get started now. How are you? How's the off-season treating you? You told me you had a headache a little bit. Is that something you deal with regularly?
Yeah, from time to time, nothing too crazy. Honestly, it got better since we started talking. I'm not sure. Maybe you're the cure for my suffering.
That's really quite sweet of you. Thank you.
Yeah. No, but other than that, yeah, I'm doing fine today.
What have you been doing with yourself? I know I called you earlier, you were driving or something like this. What have you been up to?
Yeah, I just picked up my brother from the train station, and other than that, today, I was watching The Godfather, like I told you, and usually I just play solo queue and think about what I want to eat and make some food for everyone in this house.
Yeah, that's fair enough. You got like a big family? I've never heard that you had a brother before.
I have two older brothers, yeah. No, I mean I live here only with Paula. My brother was visiting my parents, so I just helped them out and picked them up.
So you're the youngest of three brothers?
Yeah, I have two older brothers.
What's it like being the younger brother? Because I've always been, I mean, I've not always been, I just am the older brother. I've got two younger brothers, and it's, I just remember, for me, it's like a thing of just, I care deeply about them and want them to do well, but I've also like relentlessly like tortured them throughout their life. So are you the victim of your two older brothers? What was it like growing up with two older brothers?
Yeah, I mean, it's the dynamic usually is that the younger brother really wants to do things with the older brother, and the older brother doesn't necessarily feel the same. Yeah. I definitely looked up to I mean, one brother's 10 years older and the other one is like 5 years older. So the 10 years older one definitely was a little bit more out of my realm, let's say, because he was at a very different point in his life always. But my 5-year-old brother, I definitely was interested in all the things he was interested in. That's how I started playing League as well. And in general, yeah, my childhood, I just did all the things he kind of did. And he was angry when I was better at things than him.
How soon into playing League was it apparent that you were better than him? Was he any good at League, or was he just shit the entire time?
I mean, that's relative. I guess if the average rank is gold, he was like slightly above average, I guess. But I think when I was like 12 and I hit, or 13, 12 or 13, and I hit diamond and he was kind of getting stuck, I think then it got clear. And after that, it was just, yeah. I mean, the next season I got mastered here and then challenger. So, and he didn't really keep climbing. He also lost interest in it. I think I was playing way more than him at that point. So, yeah.
And how, like, in what ways are you different to your brothers? Because, for example, I look at my two brothers and I'm like, we could not be more different as people. Like, there's a lot of similarities, and when we're all together, you can see them. not only in appearance, just in like small things. In the details were similar, but like I'm very much someone that was like academically smart. My brother is very like business savvy. Like, he always like knows how to make money. And my smallest brother is like very sporty, for example. Like he's always playing
Mhm.
sports. What were the biggest differences between all of you, would you say?
Well, I think both my brothers are quite intelligent, and I'm very stupid. No, I think we are all relatively smart in, let's say, about school or stuff like this. The biggest difference is just, I guess, the path we chose for our life, because I just really got into League, and both of them, I mean, my oldest brother was playing more World of Warcraft and the other one was playing all types of game, but I just really locked in on certain things and then I just did them only, and I feel like they had always more well-balanced lives. So in terms of interests, I think we were all quite similar at when we were at similar ages, but I just really got into League and that kind of just changed my whole life, right? Making it
What
my
do they
job.
what do they do now out of interest? Like,
My oldest brother studied at university and he's an artist, and my other brother studied sociology at university and he's doing his PhD in that. And
oh wow,
I
so
think he's teaching.
you come from like a very studious family then.
Uh, yeah, I suppose. I mean, I quit school, so
But
I guess.
were you any good in school?
Yeah, I had always very good grades, even though I didn't necessarily go that much in later years.
Fair. What do you think you would have ended up studying? Like what was upset? Like what was his favorite subject at
Mm.
school?
My favorite subject was maybe
Your
uh,
Lieblingsfach.
Lieblingsfach. Oh,
Yeah.
very good. I would say back then it was politics, sociology, and was kind of interesting for me. Um, Probably that was the most interesting subject for me, but I would not have studied something in that direction. For me, psychology seemed interesting, but that's already like 10 years ago now. So I'm not sure where I would have left. I quit like the first quarter of 11th grade. So obviously in these years you still change a lot and you like are not really set on what you would have done. But maybe studying psychology would have been interesting if I would have not quit school and went to university.
I kind of wanted to get an idea of because it's so interesting to hear that you come from this quite like academic background. Like, if you don't mind sharing, I don't know if it's
Mm.
private or not. Like, what do your parents do? Like, what kind of careers did they have when you were a kid?
Mm. Yeah, my mom is basically a psychologist, and my dad is an artist as well.
What kind of art? Because it's what your older brother went into.
Or like painting.
That's really cool. Are you any good with a brush? You got any skill? You can draw?
No, I think when I was younger, I was decently talented, but I think it's a skill like everything, you know.
Yeah,
So
you got to
if you,
practice it.
I haven't developed it at all. So my drawing is probably as good as it was when I was last drawing, which was when I was maybe 13 or 12.
It's so interesting because it's so different to what I would have expected from you. When you when you've heard your parents like speak about like what you were like as like a kid, like a baby, and kind of
Hmm.
those pre-developmental years, like how do they describe you? Were you like difficult? Were you a naughty kid? Were you like well behaved? How do they describe you? And when you look at photos of yourself and stuff like that,
And I think I was a pretty cute child, honestly. That's okay to say politically,
it's yourself.
or
So yeah.
whatever. Yeah, it's myself. Um, they said I was very serious when I was younger. Like I had the big drive to be very good at the things I do and kind of like a perfectionist, even when I was going to first grade. That's what I remember. They were telling me that it was very important for me to be, um, yeah, good at school and these kind of things in when I was younger.
And when you were kind of going through those like your teenage years, were you like popular in
Mhm.
school? Because I know for a lot of people when I speak to them, and it's like so many pro players, it's like you max in on league at like age 12, 13. And it's like anyone knows if you're playing league all day, it's so hard to keep up with like social interactions. I mean, APA was the most honest about it. APA just basically went, yeah, I stopped showering. I stopped doing like anything like hygiene related. It was obviously on the more extreme, but probably a lot more common for people like that. So I suppose what were you like at that kind of those key years where like being social, going out with your friends is so important. Were you able to still have that aspect, or were you all in on League as soon as you got addicted?
I would say I was not going out a lot or to drink or these kind of things, but I was not like a outcast by any means or something.
Hmm.
I think I had good friends in school, and I would say I was definitely more into playing League than anything else in my life. So that comes with a lot of sacrifices, let's say. But also some other people in my school were also playing League, and when they found out how good I am, I think they also looked at me more favorably, which is not very. It's not a great feeling, let's say, that people just like you for being good at something. But I didn't have any problems in school. I think I had a very like good environment in school.
For sure. And then when you start playing a lot more League and you stop going to school as much, like when was the first like real breakthroughs in skill? Because you're saying like a year
Mm.
after like being 13, you get master and then you get challenger eventually. You're obviously very high elo at a very young age. What
Mhm.
do you remember those biggest breakthroughs as? Like when did you really start getting good and what did it look like?
I mean, I think there's multiple ones. I think first time diamond back then, it was kind of like a bigger deal, I would say.
Yeah.
Like obviously, especially when I was really young, it was like a huge thing for me. I was playing mid lane. I first got diamond 5 when I was playing mid lane in season 3. Um, and then when I switched to AD carry, that's when I really saw huge jumps because then I got master and then challenger in season 5 and high master in season
What were
4.
you playing when you were a mid laner?
I was playing. I mean, I was a big Alex Ich fan in like the when I was like 11 and 12. Like I was playing Kha'Zix in the
Kha'Zix,
early
yeah.
seasons, and then Gragas came, and then Ari. I liked Zed. I liked the old Akali too. I was mostly just playing assassins, to be honest.
Fair enough. And then when you played, what was it about AD carry that kind of suited you more?
I think I just really liked to play Vayne because I was watching, I think, Double Lift a lot, Uzi as well in season 3. Or was it even? No, it was even season 4. And I think that's when I just made a big switch to just one trick Vayne basically at first. And then I just started adding more and more champs.
So you started getting better at it because you were watching more of it. But like I suppose more specifically, what I was interested in is
Mhm.
it's interesting to hear that you started as a mid lane and then you went to AD carry. But like, what was it specifically about the role that like made you get better? Was it just it's just what you chose to
Oh no,
play
it
more,
was
or
just the
did it?
champion.
It was
I
just
think
a
I just thought Vayne was really cool, so I wanted to play Vayne, and Vayne is an AD carry, I guess. I think it wasn't very deep. I
no.
regret it dearly. I would much rather have been a mid laner.
Really?
If,
That's
yeah,
interesting
for
to
sure.
hear. Why would you have rather been a mid laner?
Well, it's the most important position in the game always, I think. Um, they get they get paid the most. They have the best looks. They are the most charismatic. Mid laner is just everything. You're the center of the map. Everyone comes to your lane. No one would ever say like, "Why is this guy calling resources to mid lane?" Like mid lane is where everything should happen
Is
in a
part of
way.
that as well that you think they get an easier time of it, like PR wise? Everyone's always shitting on AD carries, it feels.
Well, I think mid laners. I think the game is obviously very team dependent, but mid laners can make their own destiny a little bit more. And I think if somebody would choose to play with a really good mid laner or a really good AD carry, people would rather play with a really good mid laner just because I think the role has the most impact in a way.
So talk to me
His-
about.
Historically.
No. What were you going to say?
No, historically, like over the whole time of League, of course, there's times where some other roles are maybe more impactful, but mid lane and to some degree jungle, I think, are the most important pieces usually.
And what does League look for like for you? Like you get Challenger. I think you first started playing competitive in like 2016, but like everyone, I can imagine you were probably playing like Go for Lols and like online RP tournaments and stuff like this. What was Upset's
Hmm.
like first taste of like what competitive looked like and stuff like that?
I think I went to a LAN in 2015, maybe already. I mean, back then you had ranked teams, right? So that was pretty exciting because you could just make your own team with your own friends or the people you meet in solo queue. Um, and I went to LAN in Denmark, I think. That was like my first real
That would have been
experience. Maybe it was season 6. I think it
LAN
was season 6.
The LAN in Denmark, I know the name of it. It's got like
It was like Shark or something, I think.
yeah.
Something with Shark. I played actually in the final there against, I think, Wunder and Kobbe mid lane, I think, and Pinoy and like some of the old school Danish players.
Do you remember what Wonder was like back then? Like obviously, because the thing is now, like when you meet him, like a few years ago, maybe even 2019, he's a bit goofy, but he's tall, so it's like there's a slight intimidation factor. But I remember seeing pictures of him back then. He went to a LAN here, Insomnia in Birmingham, and he was wearing the most ridiculous shorts I've ever seen. So he looked like he was a bit goofy back then. But do you remember what it was like meeting Wonder?
I mean, to be honest, the goofy shorts never stopped, even in 2022. He was always
Okay.
wearing shorts. They were not particularly goofy, but maybe it's just goofy to always wear shorts. But I was like 15 or 16, and they just seemed like animals, kind of like they were like brawling and rolling on the floor, wrestling. Like I thought, what is going on?
That's
I
very.
remember my top laner was Tolkien at the time, who's like a
Yeah.
German co-streamer now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that I knew him for that long. And then I think my other like experiences were like kind of in Melty with, or like I played a little bit of Challenger Series online,
Yeah.
actually with caps, but it was a different caps back then, I can assure you.
Yeah. He was a
And
naughty. He was a naughty boy back then.
yeah, no, he was not even that he was toxic. He was just not the GOAT yet, and I already knew he was very good. I think if you probably go back to tweets from like that time, I was saying this guy is gonna be so fucking good. Like I really wanted to play with him back then already. And me, Noscare, and Caps were playing like a CSQ, like with mouse, and then we played like a nerf like halfway through the split a little bit. But I remember he
I
was
think
like on the page.
Aniro came on the show and he mentioned this because he was like
Yeah,
kind of around the gaming house at
yeah.
that time.
Yeah, I mean, we were just on TeamSpeak. Like we were like 15, all of us. But I think when we played that CSQ or 16, yeah, Inero was there. That's we go way back as well. It's pretty funny to think about now, like 10
You know,
years later.
he's technically the first NA player to play in EU because he like subbed in for a game in like CSQ or something like this. That was like a little bit of lore that I
It's
learned from
possible.
him.
Yeah.
Everyone
I
talks
think
about
Memento.
JoJo or anyone like this. It's crazy.
Yeah, I think Memento was also in Nerf back then with me and Caps, and I think Sir Nukes a lot or something was my support.
Yeah, you played with
and
Wicked as well, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Yeah, but this was just online. Like, and then I think after that maybe I went to Melty, and then I was playing like this is all like I'm 15 or 16 years old, and I was playing with Nisqy, and we actually won some LAN events. So I don't know why people still say I never won anything. Like I won the Melty Cup,
You
and
won DreamHack
I won
Valencia
I won
2016.
DreamHack Valencia, yes, against.
Are you saying they need to that meme account who always posts your stats
Yeah.
in back then and stats now? They need to add the first place DreamHack Valencia.
That should be on top of the list, obviously.
Yeah.
And the picture with me lifting something.
I want to get an idea of what these guys were like as kids when you played, because I've got kind of an idea of what you were like. It sounded like you were just like very, very hyper focused, like very dedicated and stuff like this. I mean, actually, additionally, how would you describe Upset at 15 or 16? Like, if I was to, if I back then was to meet you, because we're a similar age, I think you're about 4 months older than me. If a 15-year-old, 16-year-old DonJake met you, what would I think of you?
I think at 15, I was more like the person that you would read like on Reddit nowadays. That I would be, you know. I was probably very, very cocky. I was probably quite toxic in solo queue, obviously. I was probably crying for my jungle all the time, like when I was 15. Like I was probably like a stereotype AD carry player, let's say.
But that's quite interesting because that kind of behavior seems to be quite in direct contrast to the kind of kid you described when you were in school, or maybe when you're with your older brothers and your parents. How was that like? Was it like a thing where you went to the gaming house and you kind of like let loose a little bit? Because I know when you go away from home for the first time, you kind of reinvent yourself in some capacity. Was it like that?
No, I mean, I left my home at the end of being 16, and already then it was a big change from me being 15. Because at that point in your life, I think you mature very fastly. Because I mean, you're literally in puberty, right? You're still changing so much.
So what was
Mhm.
making you feel like you were hot shit? Was it puberty, or like what was the main thing?
No, I mean, I just thought I was very good when I was playing and seeing myself play, and I was climbing in solo queue. Like in season 6, I was getting up there top 10, I think. And if you are 16 years old or 15, I don't really remember, right? I turned 16 that year. You're obviously gonna think you're really fucking good if you are one of the top 10 players in Europe in solo queue and you beat pro players and you think you are very good.
I guess it's interesting to me because it sounds like you went from being quite like well mannered and like kind of focused and a perfectionist, but from what you described, like a good kid, to being like a little bit of a. I mean, everyone is like when they're 15, 16. It sounds, but it sounds like it could be worse by the fact that you're kind of living on your own. You're about to live on your own. You're in a gaming house, and you're in a community where like everyone thinks you're the next big fucking thing. And it sounds like you became like a little bit of an ego monster. How do you reflect on that time? Like, what was it like for you? Did you like know that you were being a little bit of an ego monster, or you just like, well, yeah, like this is how life is meant to be?
I mean, I grew out of it quite fast, I would say. I would say I was always very competitive as a child too with my brothers. If we would play games, I always wanted to be better than them, and I wanted to always optimize when we would play games. So for me, it wasn't like a very big change. I think League just brings the worst out of people when you play solo queue because obviously League is the best when everyone has the same idea, and in solo queue people have wildly different ideas of what they want to do, and that's just always the key point of frustration, right? But I wouldn't say I was like anything crazy, like some pro players you hear that were like extremely toxic, using all the bad language and stuff like that. I think it was quite normal behavior for somebody in my in my maturity level.
What kind of toxic were you at like 15, 16 if you weren't like typing? Because I remember speaking to Jojo yesterday and he was saying like, oh, when he was 12, 13, he was just typing like, oh, you're so bad, you're so bad, you're so bad. But it wasn't ever like really offensive because you were like a kid. Were you like passive aggressive or like what kind of stuff were you getting up to when you were saying you were toxic?
Yeah, I was probably very passive aggressive, just like, why do you play League? What are you doing? Like, please uninstall, like the normal stuff, where when you are at that age playing League.
I want to ask you about some of these other guys as well because it's interesting just because you kind of all were coming up at the same time. You said that Caps was very different as a player primarily, but I also wanted to get an idea. What was it like playing on a team with Caps when he was like 15, 16 as well? Like, who was this guy back then?
I mean, I already thought. I mean, we were this some lore drop. We were like playing so much duo queue back then when you could do in Challenger, and we had matching names. And my name was
That's cute.
Annabella, and his name was Bella Anna. And at the beginning of every game, we would write. At the beginning of every game, we would write Anna, and then I write Bella right after, and then we write always wins at the same time. So we were pretty acoustic in some ways, like saying some really.
I've never heard that.
things.
That is so crazy. That's such a deep lore drop. Have you told anyone that before?
No, you honestly couldn't torture that out of me.
Wow, Jesus Christ, man! It's giving you the truth serum already. 20 minutes in.
Yeah, no, I mean it's very funny looking back at it now. I mean, Caps was already extremely talented, and I really liked him, but he was not like 1v9ing every game that we played together.
Well, he was a bit of an inter back then, right? Like
he was inting from time to time, but that was just him in a nutshell. Like either he would completely carry some games, or he would be really inting. But yeah.
How did you become friends then?
Because it was not very serious, right? We were just playing online.
Of course, but you said like you obviously became like close, presumably. Like even if it's a joke to match names, like you clearly had like a bit of a bromance going on. You got quite close. How did you become friends? Like, how did you get to this level with Caps? How did you meet?
I mean, we were playing in mouse, I think. I don't know if it was that we played in mouse because we were playing duo queue, or if we were playing duo queue because we were in mouse. I don't remember. I just know we were playing a lot of duo queue together back then. Because just we were both challenger and just the thing to do.
But what was he like as a person? Because obviously you would have hung out with him on like TeamSpeak when you guys weren't living together, and you guys would have played a lot, presumably on VC, stuff like this. What kind of a sense of a person did you get of him? Or do you have any like solo queue stories back then from talking to Caps?
I mean, he seemed like a very intelligent person. He was not very edgy or anything. He just had this side to him in solo queue where some things would just drive him crazy, and then he would completely run it down. Even if we were duo queue, sometimes he would just be a complete terrorist, but
Tell me
he still
about
does.
that. Tell me about that, because I've had that experience as well. Obviously, at a way lower level. Like I've never been high elo. Highest I've ever been was masters. But it's when you're dueling with someone. It's like I remember the feeling of being on VC with someone and they're running you down. But it's like you're running me down. You're my friend. What are you doing? Stop. Talk to me about that experience of like being on VC with Caps and he's running you down. Like how are you like trying to negotiate him down? Because it's like that film with Jim Carrey where he's trying to talk the guy down from the building. I'd imagine.
I mean, honestly, I don't even know if we were voice chat when we were like at some point, like I think season 6 or season 6, he got very tryhard and we got both very high elo together. But more season 5, when we were not voice chat, while we were playing together, like I would get so angry, like, and I would say, like, why do you do this to me? You know, like, why, why are you running it down? Like, and then I would sometimes get so mad, and I would kick him from my friends list and then instantly add him again, and like, just completely like nerd raging, and yeah. But it was not personal. I think it's just
It's just how
sometimes.
it's just
Like,
how
I
it
mean,
was.
to this day, when he's in my team, sometimes in solo queue, I have a Shaco support that invades the enemy topside level 1. It's just his playstyle sometimes.
He's just a silly guy, I think. This is kind of
Yeah,
his
he's a
thing.
silly goose for sure.
Yeah, for sure. And what was it like? Do you remember the first time you met him, like in real life? Because obviously you would have been playing online, and you meet each other for the first time. You've had these matching names. You've been blocking him and re-adding him. You know, it sounds quite it's quite a romantic story in some ways. What was it like actually meeting him for the first time?
I mean, we never ended up in a team afterwards. Like season 7, he went to Fnatic, and I was about to go to Giants, but then I changed my mind and I went to Schalke. So I guess we would have met in season 7, but the first time we met must have been in season 8 when we were both playing EU LCS at the time. But I don't. He's obviously insanely
Are you trying
invested
to are
in the
you are
game.
you trying to say that he was too hot shit for you when you met and he didn't even like remember that you duo queued? Is that the impression I'm getting here?
No, I think he was normal, but I think he seems to me to be more of a person that is more close to the people like in his team, that he is
Oh,
very
okay.
invested into that. I think like I don't remember us like hanging out or anything at that point. I think he was just we are both just playing League
That's
all the
fair.
time, and yeah.
And then obviously you played with Nisqy as well, and Nisqy's
hmm
I think Nisqy's about a year older than you, but similar age range
hmm
as well. What was he like back then? Because he would have been a kid as well in that team with you.
He seemed honestly more mature. Like when I played with him, like at that point, I was like, I think I was a fine person, honestly, like nothing crazy, like just really passionate. And he seemed a little bit more mature. I don't know why I had that thought now that you said that we are very similar age. I don't know actually, but he was very nice. He was always a
He's about
very
a year and a half older than you. So I guess
yeah.
that's
I
not
guess
really a
at
lot.
that time, at that point in your life, maybe it's a bigger difference, right? Like 1 or 2 years older when you're 16 to 18 is a big difference. No, he was very friendly, very welcoming. I think in general he's a really open person, and he was really. I think he was very good. Like we were winning everything when we were playing in multi together. Which
Was he a similar player back then as well? Was he like very like, pick TF, roam, like play the map kind of guy? Or
I think he was quite well rounded. Like I think he could carry, but I have this one memory of him playing Zillion at a LAN against Millennium back then. It was like Tabs, Masterwork, Cars, like these players you won't know anymore. But back then, if you
Kerp?
were
Was
challenger,
Kerp playing? Kerp the trackball
no,
guy?
no,
No, no mind.
no, no, no. No, this is like way later. This is like French lands basically. So
Yeah.
no, but he was very open, very friendly, and he was pretty good back then.
Do you have any memory?
Similar.
What other memories of like lands do you have? Like any in particular? It's very funny to hear you talk about Wicked and not Wicked, sorry, Wunder and all of his players like wrestling each other. Do you have any funny land memories with Caps at all, or did you not play any lands?
No, we never played lands. We only played
What was it
online.
like? What was it like being on the team with Wicked? Because he's someone that people have forgotten now, but like he was a very like early season kind of European. I mean, at that time, probably considered one of the goats in Europe at least.
Mm.
Like he's part of these like kind of Froggen teams, CLG times. But he was like considerably older than all of you by the time that you played with him. I think you only played him briefly with him on Nerve, but he would have been about
Mm.
5 years older than you. So he would have been like in his early 20s when you were
Mm.
when you were like 16, 15. And already he'd like had a pretty long career, right?
Yeah. Honestly, I don't remember too much. But my brain is telling me that he didn't really care that much back then. But I couldn't say exactly how he was.
And then before we get on to the Schalke, because I'm interested there, because you did actually you made the decision between Giants
Mm-hmm.
and Schalke, but you did play a tournament for Giants. I think
Mm-hmm.
you went to IEM in, like, was it in China? Was it in,
Yongi.
oh, it was in
No, it's
South
Korea.
Korea. South Korea,
Mm-hmm.
right? That's me being racist. Jesus Christ. I just looked at the name and assumed I couldn't tell. That's my bad. I've literally been to Korea as well. But what was that like? Because you go from basically not even playing tier 1 competition at all, playing like all these lands and trying to get into the LEC, the ULCS, but then you just go off to South Korea and you play all these games. What was that like?
Well, back then you were locked until you were 17, right? So all the time before I was just 16 playing from home, going to school. But this was like then a big change in my life where I was able to convince my parents that I'm gonna not go to school anymore and I'm gonna get a contract and I'm gonna play for a team. And it was very, very exciting. Of course, I was playing against Team Liquid Piglet,
You beat
who
Team Liquid. You beat Piglet in like one of your first games,
yeah,
right?
and I think we 2v2 killed them too, me and Hustlin Beast. I mean, it was a bit weird situation because
Former Ruddy legend, Hustling Beast.
yeah, represent and Fluxish, and I think we even had a sub back then. I mean, it was just I was very young and I didn't sign a contract with them yet, even though I played the tournament. And Schalke came to me with a much bigger, or like, yeah, much bigger offer. But not just that, it was with Vander, who was just top 4 at Worlds at that time, who really wanted to play with me because he kind of scouted me, let's say, from playing Duke. He was really convinced of me. And I'm German, right? And the person that was running the Schalke eSports division came to my parents' house and talked to them as well. And obviously, that is, and we would live like much closer to home where I live right now too, in Gelsenkirchen. I don't live there, but it's much closer than Berlin, let's say, without doxing
And
myself.
what was your parents' reaction to someone from Schalke, which obviously like major German institution, coming to the house and speaking to you? Because that's not
I,
Mouse Esports. That's like a football club, you know.
yeah, I mean, the other teams, it was more like gaming back then, honestly, going
Yeah,
on.
of
Like, I
course.
remember me and Caps were like telling our editor on TeamSpeak to like make a montage of us, and then they said like they won't pay us until we apologize to the editor because we're being too annoying about making a montage. Because every time we came, we said make a montage and stuff like that is like esports, back then. Nowadays it's very
Yeah.
serious, but yeah, they were quite impressed, and obviously they realized that's something very serious, and I'm not just destroying my life by being addicted to a video game. I'm actually going somewhere with this.
Absolutely. I wanted to, before we get just gone to Schalke, I wanted to talk a little bit more about this IEM, because you're playing on a team with some people that maybe people don't remember too much, but like I remember as just being absolutely hilarious. Like Hustling, as quiet as he was when he came to Ruddy Sack, he obviously came to Ruddy Sack at the end of a long career. This guy is like he's part of one of the most infamous like solo queue trolling squads of all time. Like he was in Goob Squad back then. These guys like terrorized the entire server. Like there's so many guys I meet now from back then. I'm just like, oh my God, I remember I grew up watching these guys like just trolling Grow Score all the time. Whenever I see like Bloomagan at the studio, who like worked for Rogue, I remember seeing him like a few years ago. I just walked up to Bloomagan and I just was like quoting the video, the video of him smoking the cigarette outside in the beanie, and he's like, "Can somebody do something, please? Like, can Gilius kill someone at land? Like, there's nothing going on." Yeah, so like whenever I meet people like that, I'm always like, and then you also met Flaxius as well, who I'm mutuals with on Twitter now. One of probably one of like league Twitter's like heyday funniest people ever. What was he like back then? Because he's just not even a real person. Like, I think he like I hope I'm not revealing too much about him. I think he's just recently undergone a diagnosis for like something on the spectrum. So he's like found out about himself. Does that surprise you? Like, what was he like back then?
I mean, I think that's probably applies to a lot of people in this world in playing video
Yeah.
games professionally. Obviously, that is maybe something that is more common than you would think. I don't know. I thought he was really nice and funny back then, honestly. I mean, late.
That's
I
good.
mean,
That's good to
I
hear.
don't know.
From what I know him for, he's just a massive troll. He's just a very funny guy. So it's
Yeah, I
interesting.
got along great with him, and Hustling Beast was like one of the funniest teammates. Like I really enjoyed my time with him. It just feels very crazy talking about it because I never think about these times, and it's such a long time ago. So
Do you
no, they
know?
were really really
Hustling.
nice.
Hustling Beast has like a massive scar going from his like skull to his like eye now. And the story for it is basically because he played on Ruddy, but I also know a few people he's friends with. And the first time I saw it is when we went to Montpellier for the LEC finals, maybe in 2024. And I saw him with it, and I was asking him about it. And he basically just what happened was he went out with a bunch of friends one night and just like cracked his entire skull open. And like his friend had to take him to the hospital. His friend who's a league player, it's called Sahira. Shout out to Sahira, mid lane player, played a bit of ERL. He took him there and he's now just got a massive scar. He looks like a pirate. It's cool as fuck. But he's hilarious. I love Hustling Beast because it was just like literally like we'd go out in Montpellier. We went to like a club or something and he just disappeared for like 4 hours and no one could find him. And then like we found out that like when we were at a club, when we all left, he'd like found another section of the club that was like another layer below that like no one knew about. You had to go through like a secret door. Apparently there was like a secret door in the bathroom that you like knocked on and it revealed. So he was just there the entire time and he found us later. So yeah, that guy's
Harry Potter.
yeah,
Shit
literally.
or whatever.
So that guy's a
Crazy.
complete legend. So yeah, what was this IEM tournament like? Because you beat Team Liquid. You said you 2v2 killed them. I think then you played against, was it Kongdu Monster? So not a lot of players. And then I think you played Team Liquid again and then you lost to them. So that must have been quite sad.
Yeah, but I mean we obviously didn't have any facility. We were like legit just playing like in a PC bang, and I think we didn't have our jungle, so I think we played with Mighty Bear as a sub. And Knight, I think, was like not playing any league like at the time. Or was it Knight? Knight was playing mid lane.
Yeah, Knight.
And he was like kind of a big
Not
star.
that Knight, different.
Yeah,
Knight.
not that Knight. Yeah, different Knight. But he was very hyped in Europe the split before, I remember. I don't know if he played with Maxlaw the split before, but regardless, like we were not like very practicing. It was just an awesome experience to get to play there. Like we didn't scrim at all. Like we had a sub. Like it was just really cool to go to Korea for the first time, play the solo queue there back then. It was awesome.
Yeah, because this is like it's weird. It's weird. So many people, your history is like so deeply entrenched with like so many people's comeuppance as well. Because I remember the first time I spoke to Bwippo, this is also one of the first tournaments that Bwippo played for Dark Passage. Did you meet him then?
No, but when we played together, we talked about it a little bit. I think.
Interesting. So there was no like funny ongoings that happened like in Korea for you. You don't remember any sort of funny stories from this tournament?
Honestly, no. It's so long ago.
It's a long time
my
ago.
brain is already fried.
But you make the decision then to go to Schalke. What's that like? Talk to me about that time. Because you guys win the EU Championship Series in your first split. This is 2017 spring, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was very exciting. One of my all-time favorite teammates I played with was Loulex back then. He was just the funniest guy, honestly. I hope he's doing good. And we had Selfie, Loulex. Was it Smitty J already?
Yeah, it was Smitty J. I believe.
Smitty J and no, it was Selfie.
Yeah, Smitty J, Loulex, Selfie, and then Vander.
And Vander. Yeah, I mean we were very very good. I think we really choked in the promotion or in the playoffs to go further. I think we had like a very sad style with Loulex, if I remember correctly, like full clearing a lot. And I think it was like Rengar, Kha'Zix meta, and we played against Pride Stalker. And we were way too cocky back then because we went like 10-0 in the first part. And then we didn't make it then, and then we rebuilt afterwards. And there's some other people that people obviously know now, like I played with Caedrel in mid lane afterwards, and Noscarin support, who is, I think, Ure now.
Yeah, he's just recently competed in NLC.
Yeah, I mean, I think he was a really big talent, but I think he just lacked a lot of drive, honestly. I think he could have been one of the best best supports, honestly, from the talent I saw. But then I saw how little he always played, and I think that really held him back. But he was such a nice person, and I think Caedrel was also very, very friendly. They were very good friends back then. And who was my jungle? Was it Memento?
Yeah, in this team it was Memento.
Yeah,
I wanted to
obviously
ask you.
Coach.
I wanted to ask you first. What did you like so much about Loulex? Because for people that watched League back then, I remember Loulex was like famously like he played on would have been H2K at a time. I think before around about the time they had Yankos, he was either before or slightly after. And I remember he was like decent, like consistently. Like he got like I think over the course of 2015, it was like they were always like the third best team. But he would always just get like memed on. Like, he was all, like people
Oh
would
yeah,
kind of like.
I'm not talking gameplay. I just think like personality-wise,
But
like just hanging.
why was he so funny? What did you like about him?
I can't explain it honestly. It's just everything about him. The way he talks, the way he thinks, the way he even looks at you. Like I can't explain it. Like you
Like,
should have met him.
give me an example. Like, what, like, is it like kind of because from what you're saying, it's just like you just turn up to scrims and you just be laughing. Like, is he walking into the practice room like barefoot? Like he's like eating weird stuff. Like, what kind of stuff was he doing? Like, what was so funny?
I can't describe it. I'm sorry. I will plead the fifth. It's just very.
It sounds like you've just got a
just
thing.
very
You've
weird
just got.
behavior.
It just sounds like you've got a thing against French people. To be honest with you.
No, he's one of my favorite teammates. I'm telling you. I don't know. I mean, he had very funny memes back then. I was also 16, so maybe it ages poorly nowadays. But I remember him doing like the pathing Nirvana stuff, and he was just like making funny jokes, and he just looking at him just made me laugh. Like I remember Vander was like a little devil back then, and me and him would just always go and like tease him or like move his chair or something, and he would just. It was just funny to.
What was it
tease him,
like?
I
What
guess.
was it like playing with Vander? Because Yamato tells the famous story. He told it a few days ago about going to an after party with Forgiven being there, and Forgiven was just shit talking Vander in front of everyone, and Vander was just there like laughing about it and just being like. The way he describes it is that Vander, like Forgiven's just being like, "Oh, my support is so bad. Like he just doesn't step up for the wave ever. Like he get 2v2, he never gives me lantern." And then Vander's just being like, "Yes, dear, you're right. I'm shit. I'm shit." Like almost like kind of like he's being abused or something. Do you think that Vander was like quite relieved to play with you? Like, did you feel like he had a bit of trauma from playing with Forgiven by the time you got to play with him?
No, I mean I'm also back then, especially I was very straightforward as well, but I really learned a lot from him. Like I was really, it was so great to have him as my first support at such a young age because he was very good back then, and he was teaching me really a lot. Sadly, because we didn't promote instantly to LCS, the next split I had a different support, but he was very good, and he was teaching me a lot about laning and about playing, and he I think he can deal well with criticism. Like he could definitely take a lot of
Well, it
abuse,
sounds
I guess.
sounds like he would have had to. He went from Forgiven straight into 16, 17-year-old upset who thought he was hot shit. They were really
No, he was teaching me. He was that back then. He was definitely teaching me a lot. Like I would play
what
with
was
him.
like the biggest thing you think you learned from him? You can get as specific as you want.
Honestly, okay, the biggest thing I learned from him, he was playing Worlds Season 6 the year before, and he was telling me that when you play Ezreal, like you need to E in lane when you get level 2, you need to like just EQ into them and just AA them a lot and just go really crazy when you hit level 2 in that matchup specifically. Because yeah, he was top 4 at Worlds the year before, right? And playing at a very high level. So this was one like nugget, I guess. I still remember to this day.
Wow. It sounds so. It feels like we've come so far, right? Because that seems like it should just be obvious, but
Yeah, no, but yeah, it's the details, right? In lane,
yeah.
like what you do with the wave, how you position yourself. That was a big thing in range matchups back then, or still to this day. But nowadays, all these things are more common. But
Did you
yeah,
get a chance to play against? Because I'm just thinking about it now. When you went to the IEM
mhm.
event, did you get a chance to play against Ruler? Because he was at that tournament. Or did you play against
No,
any of the Korean ADCs?
no, he was in a different group.
Did you? Was it like? What was your feeling like in terms of like? Because I'm pretty at that time. I think that's the year before Ruler won Worlds. So did you know that? Did you have an idea of who he was at all, or not really?
Uh,
This is a stupid
no,
question. I'm pretty sure he'd already been to World Finals, right, in 2016.
no, this is his debut year, I think. I mean, I think he won Worlds in his first year. playing, if I remember. I think he
No,
even
no, no.
subbed.
Worlds 2016, he went to
Yeah,
finals, but I think the IEM was before this, right? Because
no,
no,
the
no,
the
no, no, no. 2016 December is the IEM,
hmm.
and in 2016, so this is just after Worlds, and he's just made it to World Final. We both can't remember shit, I think.
Nah, definitely not. Like, I have no idea who even I played against. Like, I couldn't name you the full rosters. I barely could remember my own roster, so.
He just, yeah, no, it was you took the IEM was 2 months after the ruler just made World Finals.
Like, I was a random for sure.
Yeah. Okay. Jesus Christ, my league knowledge. It was
I mean, it
really,
was 2016, yeah.
really
It's still
exposing,
season
really
6.
exposing both of our lack of history there. It's a good job that that was neither of our favorite subjects in school. Talk to me about Caedrel because you know, is mega clickbait. We can put that on Reddit. What was he like back then as a person when you met him? Because he's so different now to when you watch clips of him back then. It's even like memeable. You'll see people put in his Reddit sometimes, like interviews he did, because he's gone from basically being like very like soft-spoken interview, like if you look at him in like the H2K days and whatnot, he's like quite nerdy in some ways, quite soft-spoken. You could tell he'd probably a bit bigger personality when around people, but yeah, very posh, very polite. And now he's kind of like transatlantic XQC is what I would describe him as. So
Yeah.
what was he like at this time?
Yeah, he was a very kind person, I would say. Like, I think he was not very confrontative, or he wouldn't really confrontational. Thank you.
Nice.
He was more I mean, my English is not the best, like passive, let's say, or more reserved. He was not, but he was
Passive,
very
more
friendly.
handsome, or
I think he's more handsome now.
okay,
I think he looks max, definitely.
looks max. That's
That English,
I'm not.
maybe.
Yeah, fair enough. But
Okay.
so, do you think that people are they unfair to him in his career as a player? Like, or just say it how it is. I'm sure he won't be offended. Was he a good player? Like,
I mean, for Challenger Series, he was one of the best mid laners, but I think when it came to EULCS as a mid laner with players like Perkz, Caps, Nukeduck, Fabivin, and then I'm sure I'm forgetting some, maybe even Sankooks, like these players, and Jizuka came into Season 8. Like, at that point, I think he would have not been one of the best. He would definitely not have been the worst, but I think he would have not been like a very good player in the league. I think he got a lot better when he swapped to jungle, honestly. But he was never like a bad player or anything.
no, I think that's probably that makes sense. That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
When does this story? Because I remember reading about this the other day. I did a little bit of research for this one. There's a story about you guys getting locked out of the Schalke house and having to like break into it by yourselves. When was this?
Yeah, that was 2017. That was the split where we promoted. It's
Tell
the same year.
Tell this story. What's all this about?
Well, no one had keys, I guess, for some reason. Like, we would practice at the arena, in the Schalke arena, and then we got home, and I think one of us left the window open, but we lived on the second floor.
So you broke into the Schalke arena?
No, into the apartment. We
I was going to
practiced
say
at the arena.
that story would be a lot better if you broke into
better.
if you broke into the Schalke football stadium.
Yeah, and then
Just before you go, I need to tell you a brief story because it just reminded me of something. Do you remember? I don't think anyone's ever heard this. Do you remember EMENES? Played for C9, Korean guy, really toxic. Yeah. So when he was on XL used to play at Twickenham Stadium, which is like a massive rugby stadium, really big venue and there was a story that apparently XL used to have a partnership with that stadium and he used to play at the rugby stadium, and like this is a massive stadium, like this is like it's not quite as big as Wembley, but like it's big, like it's a big venue, and they used to play there in like one of the rooms. And like EMENES, like they would tell him like you have to leave before 10 p.m. every night, but he would refuse because he liked playing there on the setup. He didn't like playing in the house. So one night he just stayed there, and like they thought he'd like burgled. They thought he was like a robber. So he got like the police. So the police, they got the police at Twickenham Stadium got called for EMENES. So that's one of the craziest stories I've ever heard. But tell me about you guys had to break into your own gaming house because someone had forgotten keys.
Yeah, I mean, that's it basically. Like we arrived, no one had keys to get into any of our apartments or into even because it was like an apartment building. So I think somehow somebody managed to put me on their shoulders, and I stood on the shoulders, and then I think I got into the window, and then I got my key, and I let people inside from the inside.
So they
I think.
basically treated you like the little boy in Home Alone. Like you were like the
I think I was
the
just the
getting.
tallest. I
Oh, you were
was
okay.
tall and more not that heavy. I think who was I was. I think Noscarin would have been the other choice, but I think we
Yeah,
probably
because you got Smitty J. Smitty J's a big boy.
yeah, he would have been quite a heavy lift, maybe at that point in time. Yeah,
That's fair.
so
And
made
then
sense how we
Loulex
would.
obviously French as well. There's hair going everywhere.
No, Loulex was out already. That was with Memento and
Oh yeah.
Memento Smithy Caedrel.
Caedrel wasn't any use in this situation. What was Caedrel doing during the break-in?
I'm not sure honestly. He was probably co-streaming it, like yelling at his phone or something.
Already? Jesus.
Yeah.
Fair enough. But then you sort of you promote into the LCS and you play that first sort of spring, summer. You don't make playoffs in the first split.
Mhm.
And this is when you promote, and this is in 2018. But you've got a whole new team by this time. What happened
Yeah.
there? Like, what was the reason for that? Because you're kind of really the only person who stayed on into the next year. Why were you
Yeah.
suddenly the franchise player?
Well, I was rank 1 and rank 2 at the same time, and I was German, and it's a German team. It's kind of uh, a similar situation to maybe Calist with KC, just that obviously there was way less hype back then, especially a German org like KC has way more
Also,
fans
German
than.
people just a lot more muted in general than French people. They're not really the most passionate of people as well.
Yeah, at least when it comes to League, and in general too, I would agree. But I was basically I signed a 2-year contract already back then, which was turned out later to be a pretty big mistake because I could have definitely played in G2 after Sven and Mithy left and even afterwards. But I was also very excited to play with my team. Like I picked, or I didn't pick, but they built a team around me, right? I was the only player remaining, and I got to play with Vander again, who I thought was very good at the time, and Nuketag as well. And for top lane, we had Vizichachi, so these were all very good players. And in that off season, it like the whole time before, there was a lot of in-houses, and the meta was Rengar, Kha'Zix, Xin. And the jungle that was insanely hyped that like even G2 wanted was Pride Stalker.
There's a guy who famously beat you when you tried to promote as well, right?
Yeah, that as well. But then there was 2 really big things that sadly made my debut not as promising as it should have been, because in Challenger Series I was doing very well, and I was obviously really good in solo queue, and in scrims in December in the bootcamp we did really amazing too, I remember. But I got very sick actually, and I wasn't even sure if I can be a pro player because I didn't know what I had. And I thought maybe it was the stress, but it really wasn't. I just had a huge virus infection, and I couldn't leave bed for like 2 or 3 weeks just before LCS started. And I even missed the first week because I literally couldn't play at all. And for me, as a person, I practice a lot every day, and it really is important to me to be in my best shape. And at that time, like I couldn't sleep because I was having stomach pain every day. Like I would wake up really early. I would feel nauseous constantly. Like my whole stomach, bacteria and everything was completely fucked after I had that thing. And at the same time, it's my first split in ULCS, right? Which is a huge,
Huge deal, yeah.
yeah, very big deal, very stressful as well for a new person to come into the league, especially at 17 or 18. I don't remember. So I was just
18,
struggling hell.
18, about 4 months from turning 19, I think, at this point.
Yeah, in summer split, right? So I must have turned 18 in December the year before then, on the 16th.
Yeah.
So I was just 18 basically, yeah. So I was really
And then this first split
feeling
as well,
terrible.
it has like lots of weird shit. Like I think Vander had to
Mhm.
play a game AD carry because you were
Yeah,
sick,
that was
right?
because I was sick, exactly. So I was not in my best shape individually, and then like I said, we had Pride Stalker, who was like the best Rengar Kha'Zix, and Zinzao he was really good too. But the meta was Zac, Sejuani, and like pure tank meta basically. And about warding, I think it was still where you ward the jungle, and it was just such a big shift in how he would play. That I was really not at my best, and because of health reasons, and he was really fucking bad, honestly, in that matter. Like I remember one time, like I think he was playing Zac, and the enemy had like a big Cho'Gath, and like we told him like, why are you not jumping on the backline? And he said something like, I don't know if I could jump over him or something like that. If I remember this correctly, it's obviously a long time ago, but
Jesus.
he was not meant to play tanks, and that's when we also switched him for Amazing in the summer split, and then we went to the grand finals against that Fnatic that made it to the Worlds finals. But actually, in 2017, in between the two splits, I was already talking a lot with Perkz, which also is why I shouldn't have signed in 2018.
Perkz, the famous poacher.
But there was no poaching.
As soon as Perkz goes into off season, the Skype gets booted up. He gets out the laptop.
No.
Who are we going to take this off season?
There was not even poaching in that sense, because I just didn't understand anything that, because Sven and Mithy were like by far the best bot lane back then, so it wasn't like he was trying to kick them or anything. They decided to leave afterwards, and once they left, I could have joined, but it wasn't like that actually. But I just remember being in Brazil with them and seeing how this team worked, and that was a really great experience. Yeah.
But sorry, I can't remember what I was gonna. Let me go back to this. I wanted to ask you. Yeah, with the Pride Stalker thing, like, was it a thing? Like, for me, when you give me that like impression of the meta goes away from him, it feels like he never really got the source that you're talking about back. It's just an example of like we talk in football about Joga Bonita, like the love of the game going away. Like, do you think that he just like was only good at like, you know, the fancy tricks and never really was able to transition into anything else? Because he kind of disappeared after this point. I know he played in, I think he was in Golden Gardens Academy for a bit, but didn't really hear about him at all after that.
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm not sure what happened, honestly, in his career or in his life afterwards. We never really kept in touch, but I just know that he was really bad at playing tanks, and that it was pure tank meta, and that we really struggled heavily.
So talk to me about these conversations you were having with Perkz, because I mean, he can't get in trouble now. It's so many years now, but like infamously, the story is that Perkz is, you know, he's having some conversations in off seasons if he likes you. Like, what did he think of you? Like, what was the reason he was getting in contact with you?
No, I mean, we were just. I mean, back then there was the TeamSpeak with like many players, like I don't know, like Sven, Mithy, Nuktak, Perkz, Gilius, I think, Fabivin, like many just EU pros that would play solo queue or duo queue together. We're just all on TeamSpeak, so I knew him from just playing together. And like I said, I was pretty like I was considered quite good already, because I was like very high in solo queue. And I don't know, he was always a very, very nice person, Luca, and he's still a good friend till today. And
that's one of the things. It's one of the things about him that I think would surprise people. He is just like very sweet, like when you see him and stuff like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, he's a very open, very friendly person. It's just internet stuff that's people don't really know him, right? That write these things, I would say. Like personally, I never had any bad experiences with him or anything like that. Quite the opposite.
Fair. But you knew that there was already potentially going to be interest for you at G2, and what really fucked you was the fact that there was a 2-year contract. Was it the case he had like a buyout in place or something that would have made it difficult, or was it just there was no negotiation possible?
No, I mean, that was more after. Obviously, it was more after 2018 franchising happened. I mean, they didn't back then know if Sven and Mithy came. That Sven and Mithy would go to TSM. When I already signed for the future. But obviously, I think with my relationship with Luca, I could have played for G2 instead of Yanin back then, because Yanin and Ruddy were not like very, like they were considered quite good after the year in Rocket, but they were not very hyped. But it's more the year afterwards. I signed a 2-year contract after promoting, and back then buyouts were not very common, I would say. Like if you had a good player, you wanted to keep him, and
you were considered a franchise player at Schalke, so there was no way they were going to part with you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, I was begging them, please let me go to G2. It would be like my dream, but I understand that it was business and it's important, but also
Tell me that story. Did you like whose office are you going into? Are you going into like the GM's office and you're just on your knees, like, please let me go to G2? Are you getting your parents involved? Like, just tell as embarrassing as it might be. Tell the story. Like, how were you trying to get out?
I mean, it was more like calling them right on the phone and like just when I knew that they were interested in me and they wanted to buy me and stuff, I was just really were asking them like if that's true that they are interested in me, like please, I need to go there. Like I really want to play there because at the same time, all my teammates, when we went to the final the next year, franchising came and Schalke's budget was much less than new teams that were in the league, or like in general, the salaries went up for a lot for other teams. And for me, it was never about money, but for example, Nukdak, that I was really happy to play with back then. He went to Origin, and I think even Vander went to a different team, or we didn't sign Vander, and Vizichachi, I think, went to Splice or something. So like I felt like I was kind of left behind, and at the same time, obviously, G2 was getting MikyX, which I thought already was very good in Misfits, and the top side was like top 4 at Worlds, but it was Jankos, Wunder, and Perkz. So in the end, they got caps, right? And Perkz played AD instead when I was completely jailed. Or I don't know if this was the...
Am I misremembering? Weren't you like G2 sub at MSI or something like that in
Yeah, that
2017?
was in 2017, yeah.
It was a pretty important detail to the preamble. Yeah, how did that happen? Because you would have been on Schalke at this time as well. They just asked if you could be a sub, or
that was in between the splits. So I was technically under contract with them, so it would not have even been Poaching, right? Because I was literally under contract in G2 for that tournament. I just asked my owner if I could go to that tournament with them because, like I said, I was talking a lot with the people from that team on TeamSpeak, and yeah, obviously seeing them work, they were the best team in Europe playing in an international
what did you
tournament.
learn?
It was just a great pleasure. I mean, I learned a lot of things about the game, definitely about basing, about laning, about macro, about tempo. The game was much more based around vision back then. I mean, Mithy was like very smart. I'm sure he still is now, but he was just talking a lot about vision and how they were controlling the game and resetting and tempo and some rules he had back then that I think can still apply to this day, even though they are quite simple. And
Tell us. I'd love to know what the rules are. I'm trying to get out of Emerald at the moment. Don't play the same role, but
I mean, for example, it's like one rule was always play for tempo, so like don't do any random shit after you win a fight or after scrimmage, right? Just always try to base and get first on the map, or at least same time as the enemy if you can't avoid it, or only like one play at a time, which was based around the idea that if a play is happening on the map, not that you can only do that, you can't fight bot and top at the same time, but that if a play is happening on the map, everyone is trying to involve themselves into that play and everyone is aware of what is happening in the game. So if you're making a play, even if you are the top laner, you know the play, and the way you participate in the play is maybe by playing safe or by looking for a TP already. And these kind of basic ideas that, if executed, make you like a good team. These were some things I remember.
did you have any? Because this is a tournament MSI 2017, from what I remember. It's a tournament where like you've got like not the Rumble, but there's a group stage or something. G2 goes 4-6. WE looks like the second best team of the tournament, but then G2 draw WE. They beat them 3-1. Like, you're obviously not playing scrims, I would presume, but like, what's your, like, are you in the back room while they're playing? Like, do you remember what it was like watching them win? Are you like hyping them up between the games? Like, let's go, guys. Was Upset like a little water boy at this tournament, or like, what was your role?
That was the name I got. I remember.
Yo, they were calling you the water boy.
Yeah, that was my name in Solo Queue, I think, as well.
Oh,
I mean, I was ranked
okay.
1 in EU. I was very happy to be there. I mean, back then I was looking up to Sven a lot because Sven and Mithy were the best bot lane, and I really liked how Sven played like a very structured and controlled game, and it felt like he was very, very good at like doing what he wants to do every game.
What was he like back then as well? Because he's a bully. He bullies me every time I speak to him. Was he a bit of a bully back then, in like a friendly way?
I think he became more outgoing, but he was outgoing back then as well. But he was just very intelligent and friendly, and really, like, he was always very nice to me. He never like this. Like,
It's such a different thing back then, isn't it? Because it's the idea that like now, if you're a sub or like you're a new up and comer, like people almost feel threatened. But it sounds like from everything you're saying, like all of these older players were really like trying to teach you everything they knew. They didn't feel threatened by you in any way.
I mean, I'm not sure about that. I mean, Sven was they were the best team, right? It's not, like some other people, I'm sure, would feel more worried, but he was.
Sure. Okay.
They were the best team. I just remember one funny anecdote. I was sitting there was always a buffet in Brazil in the hotel. It was very good, and I remember Reginald, like the TSM owner, came over, and he like I think gave a bro fist to Sven and to Mithy or a handshake, and then I also obviously reached out my hand to do the same, and then he said like, "Who the fuck are you?" Like just completely like ego tripping, and
Damn.
that was kind of wild. And it's funny because the next year after 2018, they tried to like buy me out of Schalke or trade me.
Yeah, and then you went,
Trade
who the
Sven
fuck are
and Mithy.
you?
Yeah, and they no, I mean I didn't say shit, but they tried to trade Sven and Mithy for me. Like there was literally a year afterwards in 2018. So when the Sven and Mithy failed in TSM,
Damn.
so it's pretty. It was
And
a
how
pretty
and how
funny
much during
story.
that how much during that offer were you thinking about what Reggie did to you? Did that
No,
factor in
I
at
was
all?
jailed. I would not go. I could not go anywhere.
But if you had the decision, would you have had that like movie moment of like, yeah, fuck you, Reggie? I remember what you said, or you didn't really care.
I would have gladly smiled and took a paycheck and play, I think. But it was also Bjergsen back then. Like I would have loved to play with him, but if I would have a choice, obviously I would have
Yeah, yeah.
went to G2. But that's
God,
obviously not the
seems like
the
you're
reality we live in.
running into quite a lot of unluck at this time. Did you at this tournament in MSI 2017? Obviously, G2 plays against Faker and Peanut in the final.
Mhm.
Is this the first time you're in a room with Faker? It's a very concurrent theme on this channel to talk about the first time someone's met Faker. Did you have any experience with Faker in this tournament?
I saw him. I mean, I said hello to him, and he said hello. He's very polite every time I met him over the years. Very friendly. I took a picture with Bang, I remember at the time. And after G2 lost the final to SKT, I remember Luca was drinking with Peanut. I mean, I was sitting there too. And he was like kind of doing his thing, but it obviously didn't end up happening. But
What was that like going drinking with Peanut? Like, because obviously, presumably, there's not like a lingua franca. There's not like a shared language. But like, what's
I mean,
going on?
I'm just a total NPC, you know, I'm just like existing. Luca is very, very outgoing and laughing and
Yeah.
even if and very friendly. But I just remember being there and thinking like, wow, this is really cool. Like I was 17 playing Challenger Series, right?
Well,
Seeing these people.
you were drinking at 17?
It's legal in Germany, but I'm not a
Yeah,
big fan of alcohol or anything.
I'm only
Uh,
fucking with you.
I don't know the law in
I'm
Brazil.
very intrigued to hear about this Luca and Peanut link up. Like, what was like the dynamic between them? Like, were they just like laughing or like? Because it's like it's so unexpected that they would be like together and hanging out.
I mean, this is all like very hazy memories, let's
Yeah.
say, but I think he just had his arm around his shoulder and
Oh, that's so
like,
nice.
like
That's so
something
nice.
like that.
I love hearing these stories because it's like I can't remember who told me. It might have been Yamato as well or someone. I remember like hearing a story about him having to like book a cab for one of the Korean players after like a Worlds after party. It was like a player who won Worlds, and Yamato had to put him in a cab because he got so drunk at like an after party. I just love hearing stories like this because it's so like it's so humanizing. It's so nice. But that's
For sure.
that's 2017 MSI, and that's your experience of it. Then
Mm.
obviously we talked about the end of spring, and then you come into this 2018 summer roster. You've got Amazing, you've got Nuked Up, you've got all these players around you. You go third in the regular split, and then in the playoffs you kind of make this amazing run all the way through. I think you guys start off in the quarterfinals. You beat Splice. It's like a crazy 5-game banger. You play against
Mhm.
Nisqy that you used to be on a team with. You play against Kobe that you played against at LAN at when you were a kid. I think they've got Kasing there as well, UK legend, obviously. Talk to me, like, do you remember that series? Like, what's going on there? Like,
Against Splice?
yeah.
I think we drew like one or two, like back then, contrary to popular belief. I mean, I still don't believe in the whole passive thing overall, but I think I threw maybe one or two. I think I threw a game playing like very aggressive with Ezreal, like jumping in, dying against Cassiopeia, and then that kind of gave our team a hit mentally when you lose a game that you should win.
Yeah.
Because we were shit stomping the lane. I think in many games, me and Vander were way better in lane, from what I remember. But yeah, it got pretty close. I mean, like you said, Kobe, Nisqy, Kasing, Odowamne on top as well, I
Jersey
think,
as well.
and Zex. So yeah, this was like no slouches. So it went to 5 games, but we managed to come out on top. Had some nice games for sure in that series.
And then you play against, I think you beat them, and then you play against Vitality. And this
Yeah.
is like the Yamato Cannon roster. This is
Mhm.
like the overperformance like machine. Like they don't have that much budget from what Yamato says, but like he's like grilled them. He's like made them into like a well-oiled machine. And you beat them 3-1. And like you guys are coming in as like definitely the third seed, but people would probably see your team as overperforming at that time. How did you guys like come above this? Because when I look at this team, I don't mean to be offensive. I look at Attila and Jack Troll, and I can imagine that there was a bit of a comeuppance against them. Am I right in remembering that? Because it is about 7 years ago. Was the 2v2 like a strong point for you in the series?
Yeah, but Nuke was also playing great and amazing. Uh, even though it was not maybe his prime anymore when he was on Sejuani and Skana, he was doing very, very well. And in general, we just had such a strong team identity where we just picked 3 tanks. Like we had like Alistair, Brom, Sejuani, Skana, and Cho'Gath, Poppy, uh, Maokai. And we would just do that every game. And me and Nuke were very good at the time, and we would just play the game like that. That's also kind of how Fnatic plays.
You had a bit of beef with Attila back then, didn't you as well?
Yeah, I mean, he was very cocky back then, and he was just trash talking a lot. And I thought that their team identity was quite strong with Yamato back then, and they were not a bad team, but individually, I could feel that he was not very strong, let's say, when I just seen as an individual, and we went back and forth a little bit. Back then, it was
It was
more
something
fun,
about
I would
was
feel
it
it.
like popularity awards or something? I remember that. It was like something to do with the MVP votes or something like this. I can't quite remember.
No, I don't remember. I think he was just talking trash, like legit. I have no idea.
Fair enough. But then obviously you beat them. Was that? Do you remember what the initial reaction to that was? Like, was it tense during the handshakes after the game? Was anything said or not really?
No, it was all good, I think, from what I remember now. I mean, it felt great to go to my first final in Madrid. It was as well after the spring split, because I was very sick and I felt terrible. But this was like my first split where I was healthy again, feeling much better, and we had like a preseason where I was actually could play League because the split before I was only laying in bed, and then beating them when they were kind of like a very cocky team and kind of edgy. It felt very nice, obviously.
And then you go and you play against another one of your old teammates, someone that you started out with the whole matching names in duo queue. About 4 or 5 years on from, or more less than that, about 3 or 4 years on from that, you're
Mhm.
playing against each other in a final. He's obviously had a meteoric rise by this time. He's come and joined Fnatic. You go and meet
Mhm.
Caps in the final, and also like some other legends of the game, Soaz,
Yeah.
Rekkles, Hylissang. What's it like in this series? Obviously, you're facing a behemoth. Were you like, did you feel like you could do it at that time? Like, what were your feelings going into the series?
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic, we tried to play like Fnatic, just that we were worse than them, I would say. I thought we had a chance. Like, we won a game in the series, and the other 3 games were like not Storms or anything. And I think I was playing very good back then, actually. But they were the better team, and I think that's completely fair to say. I think Rekkles was playing amazing at that point in time. I think Caps was easily the best player in Europe. I think Hilly was very special back then too. I mean, you could see they even went to the finals in Worlds that year, right? So very special team, and they were very strong.
And remind me of the timelines? Like, when is your famous less passive, more handsome tweet about Rekkles? Is this around this time, or
Well,
does this come a little bit later?
funnily enough, that came from 2017 first.
Okay.
I tweeted it one time later as a meme after we won a game against them, but actually the first time it was tweeted from my account was not me tweeting it. Back then, the meta
Oh,
was like you just tweet stuff from other people's PCs to like make fun of them, and that was actually Vander who went to my PC while I was in the bathroom, and he wrote, "I'm the new Rekkles, you blah blah blah." And I didn't actually tweet it, but then it was kind of banging, and I left it up, I guess. But I thought it was quite lighthearted, and I remember I was talking with him back then. But
Rekkles.
after that, yeah, but after that tweet, like he never answered a single message of me again, I think. And then I think I just left it up. But I could see that it was maybe in ill taste, but at the same time, it wasn't really me who tweeted it, right? But I did later on. I did tweet it after we beat him in a game where we killed him a lot 2v2, just for the because I thought it was a meme at that point. But I think that definitely didn't help my liking with Rekkles fans, right? I think a lot of people really
Well, to be
disliked
fair, I
it.
think in fairness, you can probably see how people would think you're a bit of a cocky bastard
Sure,
for
of
that.
course. No, I understand it. And if I could go back, right, I wouldn't. I mean, I think it can be fun, but at the same time, if people take it very, like, if people are really angry about it and they don't like it, and then they don't like me, I don't think it's worth it, just for some Twitter likes.
Hmm.
Because I really respected his gameplay, or like in general him, and I thought he was very, very good
Well, it's also
for
it's somewhat
a long
implied by
time,
the
like,
somewhat implied, but I'm the new Rekkles that you do look up to him somewhat. Like he is the standard, right?
yeah, I mean, the more handsome is obviously like pretty, like, it's a silly
Yeah.
post in general, but
I think
obviously saying that I want to be him.
I think you're both handsome. How about that?
Thank you.
It's just different
Thank you.
things. There's no worries.
Appreciate
Do
that.
you remember? So you were saying there's like a trend of writing tweets on other people's PCs. Are you responsible for any tweets out there? Were you ever tweeting on anyone's PC?
I don't know if it's a crime. Are you trying to put
No,
me into trouble?
it's a long time ago. This is a
No,
statute of limitations.
I'm sure I did, but it was nothing to be proud of. Like, I think Vander really hit a nerve with that one. Like, that was
Yeah,
he's a wordsmith.
it's really smart, isn't it? Because it's like the joy with like when you do something like that, you need to make it something that like is outrageous but not too unbelievable for the person. So he's really done like a real psychological hit piece for you because you were already seen as like a little bit cocky. It's like
Yeah,
somewhat believable but out there. Whereas with Vander, I don't even know what you do. You should have like tweeted on him like Forgiven like mentally scarred me for life or something like this. Like I wake up and I have nightmares about Forgiven, something like this. People probably would have
probably. Yeah.
believed that.
I mean, yeah. I don't know. Times were different back then. Back then, I think Twitter was also a little bit different. I feel like nowadays it's more polarized, but we can talk about that later, maybe.
Absolutely. But in any case, you play this final, you lose the final. What was your feeling after this? Because obviously you probably weren't happy, but you were probably
Oh,
in.
yeah.
Oh, okay. Go on. How are you feeling after this?
I remember I was like crying a lot. I was really sad because it was really like I worked so much for it. I was so passionate. I thought we could do it. I was extremely disappointed that we didn't win. At the same time, um, my teammates, uh, like, we grew quite close, I think, in that split. Like, we had a really good atmosphere. Sadly, afterwards, some of my teammates decided to get completely drunk, and then they got really sick, and we still had a gauntlet to play afterwards. Because if we made playoffs, like, we went 7th split in spring, where I was sick, right? And I didn't even play all the matches. If we were at least 6th placed, or I don't know if we're 7 or 8,
Wait,
we
so
would have had.
when are you saying that people were getting drunk?
After we lost, people, there was like an after party, and people got really shit faced, and then they got sick, and then we traveled, like, drinking after like a high stress moment, and then traveling right after. People got really sick for the gauntlet, and then we lost to the G2 that also went top 4 at Worlds. So I was very sad, and then I was even more disappointed we didn't make Worlds, because if, like I said, if we had more circuit points from Spring, or if Misfits actually beat Vitality for the 3rd place match, we also would have qualified to Worlds in my first year.
Oh damn.
But
So how are
it
you
didn't
how are you
didn't happen.
feeling at that time? Because you must have just been. I mean, there's no need to even hold. But you must have been completely pissed off at your team.
Yeah, it was very, very sad for sure.
But how
But
did you handle that
Mhm.
confrontation? Because were you directly confrontational in that regard with them, or you just kind of just like let it boil inside of you?
No, I mean, I wasn't there whenever I on that day I went to bed at like 11 or 12. Like, after we did all the family, I was just completely done. I was just depressed. Uh, but I think, yeah, no, I mean, I understand people after you play that it's not in people's control to get sick, right? You could try to do a little bit more for your immune system and make sure you're good to go for the next round of matches. But that was very normal to go drink after you win games, or to party. That was just
Yeah, but I
the fun
suppose for
back
you
then.
it would have hit harder because it was a thing where you had this uncontrollable sickness that affected your first split when you debuted.
Mhm.
And then ironically, like a year later, you've got the chance to make worlds, and then people are getting voluntary sickness from drinking. That must have
Yeah, I
really,
mean,
really upset you.
no, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they would have gotten sick anyways, right? If you travel and you go from a country where
Yeah.
there's a lot of AC, you can't. I can't know like this stuff. I don't hold
Yeah.
any grudges. It's a shame, but at the same time, I got to the final in my first year. I was all pro in the split that I played fully, where I was at my 100%. The meta was also funny with Vladimir Rice and stuff. So in that one, so it overall. I don't want to sound like I'm ungrateful or
Yeah.
like I'm always unlucky and things should work out perfectly for me because they don't work out perfectly for anyone. And I'm very blessed in general in my life and with the things I got to experience. So, but yeah, it's a shame a little bit, but I can't
It's nice to
complain too much.
it's nice to hear you be so mature about it, because I'm definitely like
Mm.
trying to get some anger out of you, because I'm just personally like sublimating myself on the issue. Like, if I didn't make worlds because my teammates were drinking, the irony is I probably would be drinking as well. So I don't know if I can
I
hold
mean,
them.
maybe we would have lost anyways to that
Yeah,
G2
exactly.
because
Yeah.
the biggest problem was that the meta shifted. I think
Okay.
this is when AD carry role in general shifted the most because they reworked Aatrox, Irelia. I think I don't know if Sylas came out. I think Akali got reworked
Yeah.
or Jace got really strong. Urgot got reworked or something like a huge change in the game. That's when IG won worlds with this double solo lane meta. And it kept going in Season 9 as well, with Caps and Wunder winning MSI during a meta where these flex pick solo lanes. And Chachi didn't even know what the fuck was going on, He was playing Maokai, and Wunder was playing like OP Aatrox or
Yeah.
champions like that. And we kind of got cooked by G2.
And like, this is like 2018, and like Vizichachi is like
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
pushing 30 even back then, right? Like,
He was pretty good, like in the tank meta, but the meta just completely changed, and we didn't know, Like we were playing on a patch, or maybe the patch was just not explored. Like what was really OP on top lane, I'm not sure. I think we were still playing Maokai and Shogat, but it was a big shift.
and then you go into you after this, like you don't make worlds at that time.
Mhm.
What happens in regards to going into 2019? Because there's another rebuild, and pretty similarly, you're again the only player remaining. Like, they even changed
Yeah.
coach. I think you've got Odo, Memento that you played against, you played with in Challenger Series. He comes back. You got Abadage and then Ignar as well, with Dylan Falco famously. I think this is one of his first jobs in Europe, from what I remember. I think.
No, he was in Fnatic.
Yeah. No, that is right.
Yeah.
He's on Fnatic, and he'd worked in NA previously before that, but then he went from Fnatic to Schalke. What was this team like, and what was the idea behind the rebuild? How did you feel about it?
Well, like I was saying before, I was trying to get out basically because I had such great opportunities from the best teams in other regions. But
Were TSM and G2 the biggest ones, or was there any other opportunities that kind of looked good for you?
These were the ones I knew about, but I mean, the next offseason, it was nearly every team back then interested in me, except like, let's say Fnatic, right? With they had Rekkles. And G2 wasn't their best team in 2018. It was
Yeah.
Fnatic.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, what?
Well, just this 2019 rebuild, because obviously you're saying you were
right.
trapped, but then you have to stay. Like,
Yeah, but I mean, they still did a really good job building the team, and I really loved working with Dylan. I thought he was a really good coach. I got along with him really well. I think he is really good at finding like strategies that win you the game for the team you have, let's say. Like Nexus destroyers, I think he would call them, or something like that. So he was good at that, and I felt like I was kind of his favorite child, maybe, or like I felt I was treated very well in Schalke all these years. Like they wanted to keep me because they really valued me, and they were always very, very nice with me. Like I was the.
And you wanted to leave the entire time, you little gob shit. What's up with that, man? It's like you. Oh no, I'm fucking with you.
Well, I mean, it's as you will find out later, organizations don't really care about you. They like me because I was a very good player, right? And they want me in their team because they think I'm gonna help them be successful. But
that seems like a concurrent theme when you brought up earlier as well in school.
I never like during the split, I would always try my very best for Schalke, and I would always give them everything I had. It's not like I was quitting on the team and I'm like not practicing, or like I want to get out during the split. It was in the off season, obviously. But like I said, they still managed to make a good team. I thought Igna was very, very good. I was very happy to play with him. I think Abedago was one of the prospects with like Nemesis and Humanoid that came up in that year. I thought he was also quite good, but he needed a little bit more time to get used to playing on stage. I think Memento was a very volatile player back then, and it felt hard to really have a good structured game with him in that split.
That seems like a quality that's quite antithetical to the way that you want to play. Well, I suppose my question would be, because at this time, 2019, we're pretty much in your third year now of playing in the LEC, second year because you started in it. Second year. How developed was the upset that as a player? Because you obviously have tendencies. How early were those forged? What was your general? How would you describe yourself as a player by this time?
So I think in the first year, I think my laning and how aggressively I play lane, I think I was always very good at laning, honestly. I think that has always been a big strength of me, and I was always quite aggressive. I think in 2018, the best AD was Rekkles for most of the year. I mean, obviously, he didn't play for some time, so that's how I got all pro in summer split, but he was the best AD nearly all year, like especially in spring split, he was amazing, and in summer playoffs, he was great at Worlds, he was really good. So everyone tried to build their game. Usually, the best team in the league, people try to build their game a little bit around them, especially in each role, right? So I was losing us some games being way too aggressive in my first year. I remember 1 or 2 games. And my coach actually was, I think nowadays it's the opposite. Like, you want people to make a lot of plays, even if it loses the game sometimes. Like, this is what people really like. This is what people are excited about in players. But back then it was all about more consistency, more control, try to minimize risk, try to minimize mistakes. And I think I shifted my playstyle a little bit more. Even though, like I said, I still had parts about my game that are very aggressive. I tried to play more like him, I think, at that time. So especially because the meta was very different back then. Like, after all the solo lane champs got reworked, I think you needed to play a bit more aggressive with champs like Kai'Sa coming in, and more mobility in the game and more burst in the game later on as well. But yeah, I don't know what I'm talking about, but go on.
No, you're fine. I mean, the famous example I remember of that time is the Viper clip on Xayah. I remember I watched that the other day. You know the clip where he gets the pentakill on Xayah, and it's
It
just like
works?
and it's just like every champion around him just explodes. And I remember watching that, and I was like, oh wow, like this is so different to now, where like he would just die in an instant now, because it's like there's just so much more. I mean, obviously post durability and stuff like that. So yeah, I completely resonate with what you're saying. It felt like back then it was like do or die, like get in their face, do as much damage as possible.
I started an Arden meta kind of in my first year, so that also shaped kind of how you think about AD carry role, right? Because it was really the most important thing in that summer split where we promoted to LCS and we won the promotion tournament against NIP. And then season 8, that's when first they changed bot lane meta and then topside meta. So yeah.
People are still horrible about the Ardent meta, I think, because I think Ruler still gets called. There's like a really funny term for it in Korea, and it's like something to do with like they call the Ardent sensor like a gas lamp or something, and he gets like there's like a nickname for him about that, and it's like that's like for years before he went on to like win other tournaments, they would like say that he like only won because of Ardent meta. I don't know why what you were talking about just made me think about that.
I mean, that's probably true because his mid laner his topside was worse. Like, that was definitely the time where AD carry was the most powerful, I would say.
For sure. But then you kind of 2019, you said they did a good job with the rebuild, but I think you guys just about miss out on playoffs. It's like you guys are 9-9 and you lose the tiebreaker against fucking SK Gaming of all teams.
Bro, that was the most depressing one. I mean, not the most depressing because I have a lot of depression, honestly. But we started 7-2 and we ended 9-9. So we went 2-7 in the second half, even though we had such a fantastic start. And I think once we started losing got more in our head. And yeah, I don't remember all the details, but we definitely started going down a really negative direction.
Do you remember what, I mean, you say you don't remember the details, but like what were like the main problems in this team? Like kind of what was prompting? Because 7-2 to 2-7 is quite a drastic shift. Like, do you remember what was like causing you guys to lose, like in game?
I mean, I have some like things that I think I remember, but it's so long ago that I could say like what people I thought were playing bad, but I don't even know if it's that accurate because I obviously haven't rewatched these games, you know. But
So it's a diplomatic approach. It's probably the
oh,
best.
probably
You, I mean,
the jungle was
you can
trolling a
just
bit.
you can just say Memento. Yeah, I was gonna say you could just say
Yeah,
it. He's doing well now. He's on G2. He's a great
true, true.
coach. He's adding a lot.
I mean, I'm sure we all had mistakes, but we did change the jungle, and then we went top 3 in the next split.
Yeah, because next split
Uh,
you go 11-7. You get Trick in, who was on G2 previously. What was that like as an addition? Because as you're saying, you went all the way to. I think you guys got third. You lost to Fnatic, right?
yeah, I mean, I knew him also from MSI 2017. He
Oh yeah,
was
that's right.
really a really nice person too. I really like him to this day. We sometimes still talk.
What's he up to?
And
Do you
he was
know? Or?
coaching. He
Oh,
was
okay.
coaching, I think. I think he was very good. Like he did one of the things that I you see so rarely, surprisingly, in teams. He sat down with Abadago, who was like a rookie that year, every day watching games with him, teaching him. And this like after scrims, right? And he also played solo queue. So this kind of like dedication to really working with another person, trying to get better, that you don't see that often, especially like somebody really teaching someone and investing. And I saw huge growth in Abadagas through that. And Igna and Trick were like my boys, you know, like Sidrani and Brom and Action Bot, or like Igna was so fucking good at Thrash and Blitzcrank. And we had like a decent run in playoffs, I think. But yeah, G2 and Fnatic at the time, even though we were doing well in scrims, it was not the same when we played like in the big stadium against them. We were just a worse team than this G2 and Fnatic that pushed each other all year. And I think this is when G2 went to the Worlds final and Fnatic also, I think, top 8 if I remember. So
Yeah.
they were a very, very strong team, and we finished top 3.
And what would you say if you had to describe it like back then? Like, what were the biggest? Was it just individual quality? Like, what kind of? Because this was a year, like you're saying, like they pushed each other so hard and they made each other
Mhm.
better for it. But what was it that made them in that kind of elite category compared to the rest of the teams in Europe?
I think experience, like compared to us, I think the experience, like Abe was a rookie, this was just my second year. I felt like they had more experience. I think they were just really, really they had a really good identity. Like they really knew how they wanted to play, and like you said, they pushed each other. So I think they had a really good rivalry going that helped them improve. Even though G2 won every single time, of course, they were both very strong.
By this time, there's a question I wanted to ask you. By this time, already players that you kind of grew up with and kind of went up at the same time, they're
Mm.
already achieving like the unthinkable. Caps you play with, he makes it to a world final in 2018. He makes it to another one the next year. Whippo, you didn't play with him, but you were at a tournament with him at the same time. He's gone and made it to a world final this year. A lot of players that you've come up with have either won LEC or they're doing really
Mhm.
well internationally. Did that affect you at the time? Were you like looking around and just being like, "Well, why not me? Why is this happening to them, not me?"
Well, for me, it was quite clear that some organizations were having the strongest teams, and I got like all pro first team, second team, except in the first split where I was sick, like I said. And I know I was performing at a top level. I was rank 1 and rank 2 like over all these years. Like I was doing very, very well in solo queue, was doing very well in scrims, but we didn't quite manage to beat out these teams. Like it was Fnatic that stopped us both times.
Yeah.
Um,
So you just pretty much
yeah.
just like you weren't like you weren't looking at it as like a jealousy kind
No,
of thing. You just felt like you were
oh
just
no,
you just felt like you were unlucky.
no, I don't like I take accountability for the decisions I made, right? I chose to sign this contract. This is not unlucky. This is my
Of
decision.
course, but you're making these decisions at like 17, 18 years old. You must in
Yeah.
some ways feel like, oh,
No,
if
I
things had been
mean,
a bit different.
no, I mean, of course, I had high dreams. I have high dreams. Obviously, nowadays it's harder to have these kind of dreams, but obviously, these people are not out of my reach in any way. Like I know if I would have been in one of these teams, with this kind of strength and roster at that time, I feel like I could have achieved similar things. I truly believe so to this day, because my quality was obviously showing. I mean, final and top 3 are not bad results, right? When you're losing to some of the teams that are the very best in the world. But it made me very sad, but it also kept me very hungry to keep trying as hard as possible in solo queue and really dedicate myself to this craft. Like I was still to this day grinding like crazy.
A big thing at this time, and I think a big thing that happens to players, if they achieve that early success and they make it to internationals, they become a better player for it, because it's like you see like a whole new world
Yeah.
of level. It's like basically going up into like another age group of sprinters. You become faster just naturally because of how much faster everyone else is. How harmed do you think you were by the fact that you didn't really get that for the first couple of years of playing? Because a player like Caps got it immediately, a player like Perkz got it immediately. Like,
I mean, I wouldn't even compare myself to these players because I think the main reason why they had these experiences is because they were the best player in the region, both at different times. But I would say it's a huge advantage if you get to play against the best teams in the world. Luckily, the teams in Europe back then, compared to other regions, were still very strong, I would say, compared to the gap right now, at least 2018, 2019. It seemed a little bit closer. But yeah, it was a big dream of me to go to Worlds, obviously, as a competitor and to win the league. And seeing other people, like I did feel happy for them, but at the same time, obviously, I wish it was me, right? Because I know from seeing everything I do and how I play, I know I am capable in the right group back then.
and I guess kind of just to not to continue down this line of questioning in like an emotional way,
Mhm.
because it's quite interrogative, and I don't want to make you uncomfortable. I feel like we've had such a comfortable interview so far. But you talked so much about being a child and being like a perfectionist. I kind of wanted to get into like this idea of like, if you're such a perfectionist and you've got all of these circumstances, like not being able to go to G2 at the time, and feeling like you were jailed in some ways, and such a heavy desire to go to Worlds, presumably, if you are a perfectionist. Like, how much was that like eating at you, like emotionally and like mentally at this time? Like, how difficult did it make things?
It was horrible. I mean, this part of me still is really like it's very painful, of course. Like I wish I would have achieved much more in many of the years that I played, and it's very difficult. But that's life, you know. Life is not supposed to be easy. Life is not without its challenges, and it also helped me grow a lot. And dealing with difficult moments is what builds the character, or so I'm told at least. So it's helped me
It's
develop a totally different side of me that makes me a lot stronger and a stable person. But I wish some things would have been easier, let's say, for sure, on some days.
And where did you get that stability from? Because what I get from that is that you didn't always have that stability. And it seems like so much of what you talk about is about change, and you're able to look back at these things in a really positive way. But was it always like that when you were going through this? Like, I'd imagine it was probably quite different.
I mean, I mean, it felt really bad back then for 2 years not going to Worlds when I felt like I was the strongest AD, or at least
And
top
but
two.
I guess my question would
Yeah.
be: it seems like you have cope mechanisms now, and strategies to
Mm.
deal with this kind of stuff. And you strike me as
Mhm.
like maybe potentially, I don't want to say that you've gone to therapy, but you at least like you've therapized and you've looked through these things. But how was Upset at 18 years old with so much potential on his shoulders and not living up to it quite, or in some ways like getting unlucky in some ways? How were you dealing with it? What were your strategies back then?
Um, I mean, had a lot of support, obviously, from my parents, but the main way of dealing with it is losing myself in the game, honestly, and just seeing it as, well, I wasn't good enough, it seems, or at least our team didn't play well enough. So how can I get better, right? What can I do to try to make sure I am better next time I play? And then there's other many, like I don't exactly know the resources I was looking at back then, but um, obviously listening to other competitors about growth, about even some spiritual direction, about thinking about your thoughts. reflecting about them, what are thoughts, even maybe some Eckhart Tolle at some point, some self-help or
It's a very very
some
German thing to
psychological
do.
tools. Yeah. To be able to deal with your thoughts, right? And with all of this pain or with these disappointments, you need to find ways to grow from it or to deal with it at least.
It's very inspiring. And I hope you don't take that as patronizing, because I truly do
Mm-hmm.
mean it. It's very inspiring to hear that you were kind of able to look inwards at this age, because but you're 19, 18 at this time, and you're the franchise player for an org that might not have the biggest budget, but it is like a national institution. You have all these dreams, and it's like this must have been like an extreme amount of pressure beyond what people might actually credit it for. And that's one of the things. I think one of the themes I told you in the preamble to this interview I wanted to talk to you is I feel like people are horrible to you. And I kind of wanted to give you my line of questioning is designed basically to kind of allow you to talk about, you're quite humble about it, but this must have been an extreme amount of pressure to be going under as like an 18-year-old kid.
Yeah, to some degree, I didn't really think about it in that way. I felt very confident. I mean, to this day, I feel confident about my personal
I'm not trying to make
abilities.
people feel sorry for you,
Yeah.
like in
No,
that
no,
way, but yeah.
yeah, no, but I mean, I think nowadays, especially, it's very dehumanizing what's happening on social media. I think people don't really care that it's really a person, you know. It's like, I mean, you can criticize my gameplay, but I mean, also, first of all, most of the people that are talking about gameplay on social media or Reddit or whatever, they're obviously not experts, right? They're not pro players. I've seen a lot of stuff, even just to give an example, the stuff about the Herald thing that I took Herald to escape when, first of all, we probably wouldn't get a tower with this Herald in the pro game when you're 3 or 4K behind. The game is already completely lost from like 9 different things, and the tier 1 tower gives less gold than a kill. It's like, or like fights that are completely lost, like all of this criticism. Okay, sure. It's 95% of the time not really valid because it doesn't come from an informed place, from somebody that really understands the game, even close to a level of like a pro player, and especially a very good pro player who understands his role very well. But that's also then when narratives come into play. That's also when it's popular to be a dick to a person. But it's not just that it would stop at that, right? That you criticize somebody's gameplay, that is understandable and that's totally okay, even if it's wrong criticism, even if you don't really understand what you're talking about, because you're not even supposed to really understand what you're talking about. Most of the people just repeat stuff they hear. But then it always crosses, like, at this point, like so many lines. Like, it's extremely personal. People obviously making fun of the worst things that happen in my life. People try to discredit my whole career, that I've only been 10th when I've been in playoffs 13 times, averaging top 3. I've been all pro nearly 10 times in the, like, if you consider all the 3 teams, MVP. I've done many things, you know. I didn't have the best career by any means, and it's regrettable for me the most. Like, I carried that the most, right? That I didn't achieve these things. But when people start to discredit everything you've done, just make it about the worst year of my career. The 3 splits is 1 year nowadays in the VID and then the 2KC splits. We will talk about the orange split too. It's very sad, and it also just makes me not want to interact with this community anymore, because before 2021 I was actually tweeting a lot. I was having a lot of fun, but nowadays it's like, first they say stupid things about gameplay that they don't understand for the most part. Sure, there can be valid criticism too. Then they go a line further, trying to discredit everything I've ever done in my whole adult life. And I'm still relatively young in my adult life, but still it's very, very sad, obviously, because it's a topic for me that can be heavy. And then the last step is like attacking people in my family, like writing the most disgusting shit, like DMing people in my family or DMing Paula, like writing that after I lose a game that they hope I get cancer and that I kill myself and shit like that. It's like, what is what why should I really want to at that point interact with anything on this platform anymore? You know, it's not a rational discourse about criticizing gameplay, which I could see myself engaging in and maybe even explaining my point of view and stuff, but it's not about that anymore. It's just who is the popular person to hate right now, and then just go completely over the line. And the worst part is this will get you many likes by other people that, I mean, I don't know how their life looks like, right? I I I have no idea what makes people be this horrible online, but it's very sad when you're the person being attacked like that. So the only thing you can really do is take distance of it, but it also influences your life, in a way, because your public image is part of your career, how people see you, what are the narratives around you. So it's a shitty situation, honestly, and sometimes it makes me wonder why what is the purpose of doing it, because even if I try very hard, and I didn't have a horrible career by any means, like I said, I have achieved also things that many people would be proud of, even being an ADC for this amount of time, holding records. Like, it means that I'm one of the best players in Europe and probably the best player, easily the best player in my position in my country. But it's just all worthless, basically. And you can see the same, and I'm not special in that people are like this with me. You can see even somebody like Chovy, who's literally probably the best player for many years, but he didn't win Worlds. And when you see comments about him, they're just discrediting him to the same amount, but obviously on a completely different level because he has achieved much more than me and he's a much better player than me. But they're so horrible. And in Korea, you can also see with Gumayushi the kind of abuse he's getting. But this is not just happening in Korea. There's also abuse like this in Europe. But it's also even people that could defend you will not really do it because even if they work with you and they know you are a good person and the things that are saying are not true, because then they are also getting the same shit, right? So it's really terrible, honestly. It's a really terrible environment, and
Guys, quite.
that was my TED talk.
It's not a don't feel the need to, self-aggrandize or feel like you need to make it into a joke, because I think what you
Mhm.
said is very strong and powerful, and I'm glad that you were able to share that from the heart with us, because it's not just about you. It could happen to another player one day, and I think
And it
it's
will, and people will literally kill themselves. Like, I have a lot of love in my life from because I'm lucky and I grew up in a great family and I have a great partner. But if I wouldn't have this support, and imagine all my life is League and I put so much into it, and and I don't have discipline to not look at social media, and this is all I read about myself, like, why would I feel like a worthy person? I will listen. A worthy person that should love themselves and that should feel good about their life. Why would I? Of course I wouldn't if this is not the environment I grew up in, right?
I wanted to ask you, based off all of this, with all of this in mind, it's truly admirable that you keep going. I wanted to ask you where you find the strength to keep going.
Well, you cannot live your life based on what people on Twitter or Reddit say about you, and you as it would also be kind of letting them, I mean, not win because it's not a win or losing. Like, some people are just being horrible. It's not a competition, but you should try to, at least what I've found so far in my young life, that I should try to do the things that I'm passionate about and give it my 100%, and the result will be the result, but at least I will do my best in the pursuit of anything, personally or professionally, right?
It's very inspiring, because I think a lot of people wouldn't have the strength to keep going with all of these things in mind. And I think the fact that you have the discipline and the strength, and obviously you give a lot of credit to the people that show you love in your life, but you kind of have to be able, yeah, it takes a lot of strength to keep going. And I really hope that people can listen to what you've just said and give you credit for some of that strength. It's such a weird phenomenon, isn't it? Because I've had obviously nowhere near the amount of harassment, but like on occasion I get a DM telling me to top myself or something like this, and it's a strange thing, isn't it? I don't know if you've ever experienced the thing where, like, if you respond to them and you say something that's like, "Oh, like, I'm actually going through a really difficult time right now," they immediately would just like wake up from it and just be like, "You're right. Like, this is so insane. Why am I doing this?" It's like such a crazy thing.
Mm.
Have you ever had that? Like, have you ever interacted with any of these crazy people, or you just ignored it throughout your entire time?
No, I mean, maybe I have interacted in the past when I was really at my worst, like getting into arguments when I felt like I was being treated so horribly and just trying to argue. But it sadly doesn't. For me, I don't have to. Maybe if I would be even more vulnerable, maybe some people would change their mind. But being vulnerable to people that want to harm you as much as possible is not something that makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, I just
And
want to make sure I wasn't in any way suggesting that you should make yourself into some sort
no,
of yeah. But
yeah,
for me, it was
sorry.
just more. It was just me pointing out that like with these people that do this stuff, it's almost like they have this like wake up moment from the hangover of being horrible, and they realize they're talking to a human. It feels like when people are doing this, they don't even realize it's like a human on the end of the screen.
I mean, the only thing I can say to that is that in real life, I didn't have a single bad experience in my life, and I have met probably at this point thousands of fans, right? Or even more. Like at big events, you meet so many people. I've only had good interactions in real life. It is definitely a phenomenon. Okay, that word is difficult, but it's
Phenomenal, yeah.
definitely how
Phenomenal.
phenomenal. It's
That's good.
definitely one of those that happens online mostly, right? It's in real life. It never happened to me once that somebody said anything even close to that. I've only experienced positive things in real life, but yeah, people definitely forget that you are writing stuff about a real person that has a real life that wakes up and yeah, brushes their teeth and showers and does their life, right? Their day.
What was the worst period of this for you? Like when because you talked about kind of being in quite a dark place. Like I don't want to
Mm,
necessarily bring you there because I don't want to. I don't know. I don't want to. It's an interview. It's
yeah.
public. It's private. But I also think that
Mm,
so much of these conversations are important because it's like you said, it can happen to someone else, and you went even a step further. It will, and people will get into danger. And it feels like when it arrives at that, and something horrible does happen, then immediately everyone's like, "Oh, mental health matters." So I guess I kind of wanted to,
yeah.
if you don't mind, and you don't feel like I'm exploiting your trauma, what was the darkest period for you, and like what was that like? Like what kind of shit were you dealing with? How did you react to it?
I mean, it's yeah. I can say a bit about it. I mean, I don't want to go too deep into it
Yeah, of
because I
course,
think that it's obviously about the 2021 time. Even though I have to say, I mean, it's a completely different situation, but the abuse I'm getting online is very out of hand, in my opinion. But in that time, it's even worse if it's about somebody that you deeply care about, right? And you see all this wrong stuff, all these false accusations, all this complete craziness. Like, no person that would ever know me would ever think anything close to that about me. And just making up the worst scenarios possible after this post, after the World Championship, these accusations from, yeah, I mean, from Adam. And that was definitely by far the worst because it wasn't just me. Yeah, Paula was getting so much harassment, and I was trying to protect, obviously, in that situation, the privacy and everything of like life being really difficult and really horrible. And like I said, I don't want to go more into it, but that was definitely the worst when it's even somebody you care about and it's something very private and it's at such a so many eyeballs are on it and so much just lies and not true things are told about you with so much confidence and they're being perpetuated into a narrative over and over and over again. And this is just then the perception does become reality to some extent when something is repeated so much, even if it has nothing to do with anything that ever happened. Or it's horrible. It's truly, it's very bad. Yeah. So
um,
just about that topic, I would don't like I said, I don't want to go into it much more because I don't want to bring up anything like that or bring attention to any of this stuff again. But even to this day, like you can see, there's a tweet of my top place at Adware Esports, and there's like a guy not ashamed, like on a account where he posts like roster stuff, like saying like, "Oh, the top play was when I left Worlds." Like I didn't like, yeah, just horrible stuff like that, you know. Or the DMs are the worst, but it doesn't even. You can't really pay more attention to it or give it more energy
and is
because it
that kind
just
of
eats it.
that's probably the point in which you decided that social media, like I mean, even like when like a detail that might be missed because depending on when the recording is chopped, like when I was asking you to say that we went live, like you're logged out of Twitter, you had to log into your Twitter. Is that the point at which you basically decided you weren't going to do any of the because you're not streaming, not interacting with the community? Is that basically when you turned away from all of that?
I mean, I have streamed a couple of times, but it also to some extent I've lost the joy afterwards too, even though it sucks because I know there's so many people that are really supportive and really friendly, and like I said, I've met many of them, and I'm very grateful for these people. And it's not all bad, and it's not all these people, but if you go on social media and you just read not true things about you, or people making the worst, the most unfavorable way of how you could look at something about you 24/7, and then get personal as well, it just doesn't give you anything except feeding like a cycle of being mad. And to some degree, people like that feeling too of being angry and being outraged. But for me, I just realized it stresses me and it takes my energy, and it's just terrible for everything in my life. Like I just should not do it, even though it's, of course, everyone is curious, right? Everyone wants to be liked to some degree. Everyone would like that people just say positive things about you. That feels good as a human. That's just how we are, how we are, uh, how we are made. But trying to find that on social media, that validation is it's not going to lead you to a good place. Even if it's all positive, that would also not be very good for any person. It goes both ways. But if I could choose, I would prefer the positive one. But
Yeah, no
um,
shit. I mean, yeah, of
but
course.
the negative one gives you definitely
I
even
wanted
less.
to just add a detail here, let the record be known. Obviously, the nature of this being live is that people are coming and commenting now. We've just had in the chat, Vladi's listened to what you said. He's we can't confirm anything because I don't think an announcement's been made, but presumably, hypothetically, he's rumored to be a teammate of yours, and he's basically just said very wise words. You're such a cool dude. So he's very young, and I hope you can take pride in the fact that you being so open about this is probably helping him because he's a player that's dealt with a lot of harassment as well. So I think that's
Yeah.
something that you can take pride from, and you should feel really good about the fact that you can be so open about these things, because it probably means that a lot of younger players out there, without even knowing, can feel protected by the fact that someone as veteran as you is speaking out about these things.
Yeah, just delete Twitter. That's if you take anything away from today, just delete Twitter and go to the gym or something.
I wanted to ask you because so much of what you said to me in this conversation gives me the impression that you've really had to go under a lot of like mental growth, and you've got a lot of love in your life. But even when people have love in their life, it can be really hard for that love to reach someone if they put up so many walls and whatnot. It's potentially a personal question, but I wanted to ask if you've been through any sort of like therapy or anything like that. Like, how did you get to such a state, like where you seem to have such a healthy mindset towards all this harassment?
No, I don't. I never had like individual therapy. I would say it's mostly from reading or like listening. I don't really read, like listening to audio books to some degree, and talking maybe to my parents, and then just watching, honestly, just videos in general, and trying to learn more about things and also think about it logically myself, right?
But you seem like it's really impressive that you've kind of managed to look inside of yourself so much and just arrive at this point, because I'm like a very mentally damaged person. Like I've been through some really fucked up shit in my life. I'll share some trauma. We can exchange some trauma here, so you don't feel like you're the only one who's trauma dumping. But like I had like a
Mhm.
really rough childhood, a lot of like substance problems in my family growing up and shit like this. And I'm someone that, as like a 25-year-old man, I'll be 26 in March. I really envy a lot of the ways in which you're able to respond to a lot of these like things that you've been through, because it feels like lots of people, when they kind of, it's like you have this like drill into your heart or your body when these things happen, and you spend so much of your life trying to like fill these holes that have been created. And I think I'm still filled with holes, and I really worry about the ways in which sometimes I find myself trying to fill them. And it feels like, despite all the horrible shit that's happened to you, you're kind of able to just be content in some way. And I really think you should be proud of yourself, mate. I really don't mean that. I know how patronizing that can sound, but I mean it so
Mm.
genuinely. I really envy how you're able to deal with this shit. Like, I think you're so fucking strong. I think you're a really strong guy. Seriously.
Uh, yeah, I appreciate it. Thank you. But it's not really because I'm this special person. I think I was just very lucky in terms of my childhood, that I was I think what happens in your childhood obviously is so important for your whole life, and I was just very loved as a child, and I had amazing parents, and that's why maybe it's easier for me to deal with the feelings of not feeling worthy.
How do they react to like the harassment you face? Because obviously it's something that you want to keep from them, but they've probably seen it at some point and it's probably come out. Like, what's their like reaction? Like, does that make it more difficult? Like seeing them, because obviously you're their beloved child.
It's horrible, of course, for them. So they just don't. I just tell them like, don't look at social media. There's nothing to gain. You know who I am. You know that this stuff is not true. They obviously know me best. So, just don't interact with it. It's literally the only way to like. Don't get me wrong. Everything I'm saying makes sense to me, and I believe it. But I still feel horrible if I would read terrible things about myself. I will feel absolutely horrible, and I would not be able to like just logically tell myself, "Oh, this is not true." Like it makes you feel bad, of course, if you read bad things about yourself. That's why I'm just trying to put boundaries of how to live a life that makes sense, right?
Sure. Thank you so much for talking to me about this. I think it's super important for people to hear because it's just
Yeah,
like a
no
thing where
problem. Thank you for giving me this platform.
you deserve it, mate. You don't need to thank me for that because it's a thing where I think hopefully, I mean, it's like we were talking about in the like prequel before this. Like you can only change so many people's minds. There's still going to be people that are horrible, but I hope that if there's anyone watching this that's been horrible to you in the past, I hope they can realize the human that they're doing it to, because it's a fucking children's wizard game, and like maybe you did bad results sometimes. Maybe you didn't click forward. You know, maybe sometimes I've watched you
Sure,
and I've been,
sure.
maybe sometimes I've watched Upset and I've been like, fucking click forward, Elias. But like, I wouldn't.
Yeah, but that's not even a horrible thing, you know. Like I'm not
Yeah.
even like I said, in-game criticism. Even like I could tell you maybe why I wouldn't do it. Like we could have a conversation about that. Like I'm not talking about just criticism. I'm talking about like discrediting your whole work, making you into a person that you're clearly not. If you listen to anyone that ever knows me, no one would say any of these things, or like or getting even personal, making fun of horrible things like these. The clicking forward thing, I can discuss it. I can analyze the game with somebody if this would be a thing, right? But yeah,
For sure. But in any case, I think it's such
memes
a
are still important.
true, exactly. But you're basically just saying like, listen, say what you want about me and my gameplay, but like maybe don't make me want to kill myself on occasion, right? Like,
Sure, yeah. I mean, preferably do not talk about gameplay if you're not at least challenger. But if you feel the need to do it, feel free. Like I'm not gonna stop you, right? Your
who
opinion,
do you have
you
are you
have your
talking about
opinion.
anyone in particular there? Any noobs you feel like that have criticized you too much during your career, or?
Wow, I mean, the thing is like even if you watch other pro teams, obviously it doesn't matter. Like of course, like no one is an expert. Like if I would criticize a football player, like I have no fucking idea what's going on, even if I watched football for many years.
But
It's
you
not
probably
like
have also like shouted at Kai Havertz for like missing an open goal, like if you were to watch. So you could probably experience that with football as well.
I mean, if my gameplay is equivalent to missing an open goal all the time,
I
then
wasn't
sure.
saying that. But
No, I get
you
it.
think
But
I'm
that's
a
the
redditor? You think I'm on Reddit?
Of course you're on Reddit. Actually, never mind. This is maybe I won't say who, but I actually did have a teammate at some point who was on Reddit secretly, and he even flamed me at some point, and another teammate of his. But that was pretty funny.
Who was this?
I will never say that, of course. But
How many
shout out to
years?
you.
How many? This is a long time ago,
I
though.
can't give you any more information.
You had a
Before this
teammate that you. How did you find? Okay, you can't tell me who, but how did you find out?
I was sitting next to him the whole day, and I was like, "What is this?" And then I saw his username, and I just looked what he was writing, and it was pretty nuts.
That is absolutely crazy. When we do the interview, at the end of your career, you've got to tell me who the secret
Sure.
Redditor was.
If I write my memoirs, I will note it
Okay.
down.
Nice. I've made. You'd be surprised how many players I've made that deal with. Like I've got so many players that are like, end of career, you tell me everything.
Sounds good.
So I booked you.
I mean, I can't say a lot of things, anyways. But
Yeah.
at the end of my career, I can tell you more things for sure.
Okay, but the Schalke year. This is the year where we go back to 2019. You come third. I think in the 2019 regional finals, you're literally like one space away. Again in 2019, you're one series away from making Worlds.
Yeah.
Splyce goes to the play-in. Even Torre, the guy that you said you felt like wasn't really working that hard when you played with him, he's the one who beats you
Very
to make
talented,
it.
like I
Yeah,
said.
very talented, but you felt like he had more potential. And if he worked, just to go back to that, when we were saying, when you say you thought if he had the work ethic, like how good are we talking? Like, do you think he'd be better than MikyX, like Hylissang, like, or was he like just below
No.
those?
I mean, Miky and Hilly were more talented, but they also work both extremely hard, you
Okay,
know. So, but he would have been
decent for sure.
like Trimby. It was like Trimby. For many years was very good, I think, and he worked pretty hard. So if he could have been like one of the best supports for sure. Not the very best, I would guess, but who knows? Like, it could have been.
And then you play against this is a series you play against Splyce. It's a few of your former teammates. You got Chachi, and then you got Humanoid is also coming on at that time. You get 3-0'd. Was this a stomp? Like, how did this series feel?
I think Marek was just insanely good at Akali, and we didn't realize. I think we maybe after we lost to Fnatic as well 3-0, people lost some confidence. I'm not sure. I think the gauntlet thing back then was a bit rough because you're playing playoffs and you're preparing for your playoffs matches, and these teams get to take a break and then fully lock in on these best
And also,
of fives.
technically speaking, the team lower than you gets an additional series, right? Which is actually an advantage
So I think
in some
we
ways.
came in we just underperformed in that one. I think. Like, I don't remember how I played, to be honest. I'm sure I was very
Also,
passive.
people in chat are speculating that Perkz is the secret Reddit, and could we just clarify?
No.
Luca loves you by all accounts. It's definitely not Perkz.
No, it's not Perkz. But I mean, also the people that write these things about you, maybe like, I don't know. I've never written like, I'm not writing like really horrible things to successful people. Like, I mean, even if you can say my career is not the most successful, like that I won LEC 10 times, I still
Don't say
have a very
anymore.
successful career.
Don't say anymore. Okay. Back to
Relatively speaking.
the. So you guys get 3-0. Humanoid's got an insane Akali. It's a disadvantage playing in the gauntlet. I mean, this must have been like a pretty horrible feeling to be that close once again.
Yeah. But at least this year, it was. I felt like the year before we went all the way to the final and we were actually like very strong. This year, it felt more like we managed to salvage like a roster that I wasn't really supposed to play in, and I still made very good memories with them. I remember I gained at least like 10 kilos, like going Korean barbecue like every 2 days, trick and
10 kilos in like a good way? Were you like this brought you up to like a normal weight, or like you became fat?
I mean, I was very skinny before, then I was like normal. I think I was maybe a little like I didn't look fat, but I maybe was skinny fat to some degree.
It's
Like
that's cool. Korean barbecue is great though. Korean barbecue is so fucking good. It's never as good here as it is there, but like it's still good.
Yeah.
What kind of a guy at Korean barbecue are you? Because I'm like get the whole lettuce, put the meat on.
Nah,
me and Regan do the whole. We sing a song, meat and the salt. It's the meat and the salt, and you put a little meat on, you put a little salt on. What are you doing at Korean barbecue? Are you cooking it?
I mean, you have to, right?
Yeah, obviously. But are you the guy? Are you? Shut up, moron.
I'm not eating raw meat all
Of
the time.
course, but are you the guy that cooks it? Like, or do you let someone else do it?
It depends who I am with, obviously. Like, back then we had 2 Koreans, so I think they were very good at cooking it. Just because they're used to it, right? And I was more new to it. I can cook some good Korean barbecue nowadays. It's not that difficult. But my main order is like the Yum chicken, right? The ketchup chicken.
That's boring.
That's the starter, and then I like the spicy pork mostly.
Okay, that's good.
In like marinated spicy pork.
You like some offal? You like gopchang, like intestines, or not really?
Nah.
I go for all of that, like the weird offal shit. I remember like I was in Korea and I went down all the back alleys. I went into like a place with like a grandma who ran it. She was just in there on her own. It's lucky that Linces wasn't there. You probably would have shagged her. But she basically was just making like chicken feet and all this kind of weird shit. I love that shit. That shit's great, man.
Okay. Yeah, not into chicken feet, but
Someone in chat's just said, someone just said, of course you like that, Tubby. No more fat jokes in chat, please. That's really nasty. But
we just talked about this, guys. Come on.
Yeah, literally, stop it. It's harassment that I face for being fat and bold at 25. It's crazy. It needs to stop. Like I cry sometimes. But as we were talking about, why did we bring up Korean barbecue? I can't quite remember.
Because I had 2 Koreans in my team.
Oh, and you gained 10 kilos in this time.
I gained a lot of weight. Yeah. I don't know why we're talking about that, but.
And then you play with what's Alphari like at this time? Because he'd been in the league. Oh right, you're still talking about this. Yeah, okay. Yeah. And that brings us to the end of the year. So what happens in the off season to 2020? Do you have any offers then?
I had offers from every single team except G2 and Fnatic, and I had
any NA interest.
Yeah, like all the orgs, like Cloud9, TSM, like every single team basically. Like I was like just turning 20, rank 1, rank 2 nearly every year, or like all the years, all pros 3 times in a row, right? Finishing top 3. And even though we didn't make it to Worlds, people could obviously see that I was very, very good. To give context and to glaze myself. So I got offers from basically every team, but I was very good friends with Nuke. Nowadays we talk less, but I still like him a lot. And this was the Origin team that would have been a different team that I would have liked to go to if it wasn't for G2 with Smithy back then. And then in the NA offers were crazy at this time already. Like it was close to.
Do you remember how much money?
Like 8, 9, 1 mil. Like 3-year contracts at this time.
And it's been a long time now, but like, can you how much were you getting paid on Schalke between boys?
Like way less. Like not even half of that.
Not even half is still good though. That's like fucking the highest paid.
Maybe. I mean, yeah, probably not a third. Or maybe, yeah. Of course, we still were earning good money. I'm not complaining. I'm just saying.
No one is gonna. Yeah. You're making out like people are gonna think you're some like mega capitalist or something. There's obviously a big difference between making like 300k to a fucking mil. Like a mil is crazy.
Yeah, but the offers were very crazy for like a few.
Are you good with money? Like, have you always been like good at spending? Because you hear like, for me, like one of the biggest things about being behind the scenes was immediately I just heard like so many people just like lost everything by just being morons with money. It's awkward if that's you. I don't know, but I've never heard that. No. Are you good with money?
I think I'm doing fine for myself for sure. Yeah, I mean,
That's something that I also, apart from the kind of the mental health stuff, I feel like more players should talk about like financial security to give advice to the younger players, because I've heard of so many players that basically just don't have much. What have you done with your money over your career, if you don't mind me asking? I spoke to Kazi about this. He's got like a few investments in companies. Are you like an investor? Like what kind of stuff do you do, if you don't mind talking about it?
Yeah, no, I mean, I own a house. I have invested into, I mean, I've diversified into many different
Diversified. This is some wire talk right there. This is a real businessman here.
Yeah, I mean, just split it into many different things, but it's not that I'm not an expert by any means. Just
is that something that you've done yourself, or is it like on the advice of like people around your parents?
No, like my dad is pretty smart about these things, so he just helped me with everything. Of course, how would I know otherwise? Yeah.
Well, you've said you kind of read all these self-help books. I wouldn't be surprised if you picked up a few finance books and just said, "Okay, diversifying bonds." You're not that smart. Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
So you go into 2020. Also, actually, another thing that I remember, I don't know what year this was in, but how true were some of these rumors about you getting Chinese offers, for example, like Invictus Gaming, like stuff like this?
That was after 2020. My agent was saying that they were interested and that I should compile VODs, and I don't know how. Like I legit, like the biggest idiot ever, just leaked it on stream. I've never leaked anything on stream. He even told me, "Do not leak this on stream," and 20 minutes later, I literally tapped out, like complete. It's so stupid that it seems like it was like a planned 200 IQ strategy, but I was genuinely just like, I mean, the agent kind of spoke it into existence, right? Like, obviously I wouldn't leak it, but if you say don't leak it, it must happen.
And did the fact that you leaked it cost, like it blew up the talks?
It was, after that there was nothing, but regardless I was, yeah.
Is that the only interest you've had from Eastern teams? Because there's lots of like weird rumors back then of like teams.
No, I had an LCK offer after 2023, I could have played there in how's this team renamed? It was the old sandbox thing, I think.
Oh,
I mean,
so
I
they
have
were
it in my
called. I think
Discord.
they're called
I think
BNK
Jojo.
now. I think.
Yeah, maybe it was. I think Jojo had also offer from the same team. He said before.
Damn. Yeah.
It's like over
But
2 years ago. I don't
that's less surprising because the whole thing with him is he's like ethnically Korean. He speaks a little bit about it, of it. That would have been absolutely monumental for you to go there. Like, what went on with that?
I mean, it was obviously after the last place in Vitality, which was, in my opinion, with the Origin thing, like maybe the most regrettable thing, because the KC, the first 2 splits, I already knew that it would be very difficult or risky, the roster that it was. I think the other 2 teams had much more potential.
We can get onto that in a bit, but I
Yeah,
wanted
we
to.
will get onto it.
Yeah, of
Yeah,
course.
I mean, it was just obviously it would not be one of the best LCK teams. So it would mean that I would have really loved to live in Korea, but I also have a cat and a dog and a wife, and we would need to all move to Korea, and then it would be in a team where it wouldn't really mean that I can go to Worlds
It
even,
sounds like one
or
of
that
those
I
old children nursery rhymes. Like I've got a cat and a dog and a wife, and I need to sail on a boat to Korea. Like,
not in that order as well, by the way,
yeah,
but
of course.
yeah, it would be like a 7th or 8th place team, and it would obviously be. I still would be working 14 hours per day for that, and it would be like a huge change in my life. I would really love to play in a team there and have that experience. In hindsight, maybe it would have been better even to go to Korea. But I also thought that from what I've been talked with the KC situation, I mean, we will get to that off season anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it could have been really awesome.
Yeah, and the question I asked to Jojo, and I'll ask you as well, is with that in mind, like, how much of it do you think about, like, because you talked about like that international experience, but like the idea of playing against like Viper, Ruler, all of these ADs, Pays, Gumayushi, like every week, like how enticing was that to you? Because you presumably get a lot,
I
like
mean,
we talked about the runner thing, you get a lot better by being around faster people, right?
yeah, it would be very exciting, and I would have. Yeah, it would be very cool. I would love to do it at
In
some
terms of
point.
like when you got this IG offer in 2020, like how did you feel like your stock was internationally? Like were you in tune with like what the public community's perception of you was in like
No.
China and Korea, or like have you ever had like the experience? Because I know like Whippo always talks about like being added by is it Flandre in solo queue or someone like this, one of the Chinese top laners, and they had like he was like being very complimentary towards him in the year that they made it to World Finals. Had you had any interactions with like Korean and Chinese pros where you got the impression they thought really highly of you?
Yeah, I mean, just randomly in solo queue, I had like I was boot camping in Korea in 2023, and I had like a 90% win rate to like a few hundred points in master, or like a really really good win rate. And I was playing with Knight a couple of games, and we added each other, and he was like saying, "Who are you?" and that I'm very very good. Like, cause he didn't know my name, right? He thought I was some pro, and that was cool. Yeah.
He was just praying. You said you were like a 17-year-old like Chinese pro player, and then he was just very disappointed to hear that you were like 21 years old and from Germany.
It's a washed up fucking German guy. Yeah, I should have started using some Google Translate. Maybe I
Yeah,
could have.
you could have gotten yourself back to China.
Yeah. No, I mean, it wasn't an offer. They just showed interest, right? Like, if I could have went to China at that point in my life, I would have went immediately to play with Rookie and the Shy, like, no matter what. Even if I would have played with Baolan or something.
That's
Going straight to World Champ for no reason. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I just did.
Yeah, fair. So going back to you had all these crazy, not quite this off season. It was the year later, but at the end of 2019, you still got all this crazy interest, and you're just still jailed at Schalke. At what point in like obviously you're still trying your
No,
hardest.
that's when my contract ran out.
Oh, okay. So,
After 2019, so because I went to Origin then, and that was
yes.
probably. I mean, I don't like to look at decisions from hindsight because obviously it's not how it works, right? You can't say a decision was bad after you saw how it went. But looking back at it, like I took a, if I played in a, I took a huge pay cut. The pay was better than Schalke, but it was similar to, like it was similar to the Schalke one compared to the NA ones that were like 3-4 times higher at the time. Just to play with Nuke and Alphari because I thought they were very good, even though they missed playoffs the split before in summer. But I also really, really wanted to play with Mithy, but Origin completely ran out of money. And then I ended up, like, no offense, I ended up playing with Destiny instead of Mithy, which was obviously
Yeah. And this is years before Destiny had his debates with Hassan as well. So he just
yeah. Back then he was playing StarCraft still mainly. So no, it was the Australian Destiny, obviously.
yeah.
And he was not Mithy, because Mithy, even if he was individually maybe not insane at that point, he was
A
easily the
leader.
smartest player. He was, yeah, I would have absolutely loved to learn from him, play with him, and have him teach me everything he knows about bot lane and the game. I had huge respect for him, and it didn't work out financially. And then we ended up with Destiny and Xerxe, and we did in the spring split. I think we did quite good in the regular
Yeah, you
season.
came
And
third in the regular split.
yeah, and then COVID hit, and then the rest was online matches. And we were like in Denmark as well, traveling every weekend for the regular season, and it felt kind of like we were like a team, like really bonding. And then in these playoffs, we lost to G2 and Fnatic. I think we beat Rogue with Hansama and Vander and Larsen and Inspired.
How true is this? I remember there being some sort of story about a bike for Mithy. Like Mithy wanted a bike.
No, I don't remember that, but I do remember that at a Christmas party, one of the guys in like the upper management of Astralis just stole Nuke's bike and just went home, and Nuke had to walk home instead of having his bike. Because in Denmark, everyone's like biking. Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Do you have any? Because it feels like whenever I spoke to Yamato and we talked about the pre-franchising era and that being the complete Wild West. Yamato talked about like, you know, like him and Darkwind Jax, like Yamato got his phone stolen in an internet cafe and they like kidnapped this guy to like get the phone back. Crazy stories like that. And I hear so many stories about like the pre-franchising era, but even in the early franchising era, you're talking about with Schalke and some of these Origin orgs, there must be just so much crazy bullshit going on. Do you have any like crazy stories of like backroom management or just some of the bullshit you had to go through with like org-wise? Because it just seems like everyone's got something like this back then.
I mean, honestly, Schalke, like I said, treated me very well. I was like their poster child, let's say, the German player in the German org. I mean, Origin, there was really crazy stuff that I can't talk about in the interview, honestly, because it's not, the statute of limitations is not gone. Like in my memoirs, I will tell you, but I can't talk about this.
Is
now,
there any
but
stuff that's not bad but is like funny?
I mean, there's one funny thing, but it wasn't the org thing. But
Yeah.
I remember, I don't know if it was in spring playoffs or in the summer split, but Xerxe or Alphari was sick, and we were scrimming, I think, G2, and it was Elise, Pantheon, jungle meta, and like Selfmade and Jankos were like running the games, like fisting Barney in every 2v2 with Xerxe. And my cat is mega attacking the door. It wants to meet me.
You can bring the cat on stream. I'm sure people would like to meet your cat.
No, it's okay. He just wants attention right now. We were scrimming. It was Elise, Pantheon meta, and Alphari thought he was writing to our coach, Andre at the time, and he wrote, "Can we please stop playing these matchups? Like, Xerxe is so fucking bad at Elise Pantheon." But it turned out he didn't write it to our coach. He wrote it to Xerxe directly, if I remember correctly, and they live together too. So I wonder how it was when he got home, you know. And then he said like, "Oh shit, sorry, I didn't realize." Like, so that's pretty funny in hindsight. Obviously, our team kind of crashed in the summer split. I think with COVID, I think we didn't go home, and then the matches were online, and just the whole dynamic was really weird. And at the time, I remember Nuktak had really strong allergies. I was feeling like really bad with the sleep. Like he could not sleep more than 4 or 5 hours per night. And honestly, Nuke was horrible on low sleep. Like he was just CBing everything, like most people, I think. And yeah, I mean, it sounds like I'm having a lot of excuses for why things didn't go out, but that's just.
But it also, in fairness, it does sound like you've been given the short straw a lot of the time. I think.
I mean, maybe, yeah, but you don't want to go through life thinking you're just unlucky,
No,
right?
and
But
also
this is just
you're worried about people thinking that you make excuses. But I'm saying
yeah, of
from my
course,
personal
yeah,
perspective, you're telling me things neutrally, and I'm like, oh damn, like, you're kind of getting a bit fucked at all stages.
yeah. But I mean, we still ended top 4 in spring, but the summer, like I said, it was. I'm not sure why exactly, but we just started to go on this huge losing streak. We were like 6-5 in the middle of the split, and we changed our support because honestly, he was like not dealing well with playing in that environment. I think he was too stressed with like having like other players around him that were considered maybe like stronger. Like obviously Alphari, Nuktak, and me, and even Xerxes were like considered kind of bigger names. And I think people like lost a lot of confidence throughout once we started losing some games. And that was like one of the splits where like nearly G2 missed playoffs, I think, because I think Perkz was not playing because something in his personal life, and I think Caps had to like steal a Baron against Rogue, and they barely came back. Like that was like one of the splits where the standings were the closest, and then I think we like threw a game to Excel that we would have made us go into playoffs, and then I think we were like kind of out, and then we lost the last 2 matches too, ending obviously one of my famous last places. Looking back at it, I think Nuke in that form, Xerxes, Destiny, Xerxes, Jacktroll, Xerxes, Destiny, and Alphari, he was the best laner, I think. But I have to say, sadly, he kind of checked out of that team, I think, because people were really hyping him
You're,
as
you're
an
talking about
individual.
Jetro.
No, Alphari.
Yeah.
Jacktroll was just really, really stressed back then because he felt like this was his huge chance, and he was playing very good in scrims, but he was kind of sharing with us back then that he couldn't really perform in the official games from what I remember, because it was maybe too much expectations
But you're saying about
on
Alphari,
himself.
sorry.
Yeah, I think I'm not sure. It just felt like he was kind of done with the team in a way back then. Um, really like him personally, and I think he was a fantastic player. And I think he already knew that he like was kind of good to go, you know. Like after that, he went to Team Liquid, and I think there was still a lot of demand for him in general. So I'm not sure. We could have definitely tried harder in that split. I think me and Andre were spending many nights like talking about like, okay, we have these weaknesses in our team. How can we make it work? How can we find a formula for our team that makes sense? But the negative spirals just seemed too strong, honestly. And um, sometimes bad things happen. Like also in the splits where I finished top 3 or where top 2 or made finals or had really good splits, also bad things happen, right? So sometimes you can prevail despite the bad things happening, and this was not one of these times. And we ended last after losing that first game in the last weekend. It was really bad. Some orc stuff in the background. They kicked our coach, like one of our coaches that was really good, which was one of the reasons why I wanted to go there. His name was Jack. He tweeted some stupid shit about politics, I think. And he insulted somebody in solo queue, so he got banned. But Astralis was already looking to heavily cut the budget back then. So at the same time, while we were playing, they were trying to lower salaries from certain people. And once they had an excuse to kick one of the coaches because he did something stupid in solo queue, they also instantly cut him. And he was really an important part to our team. So that was like kind of going in the background at the same time. That's maybe why people felt less motivated, right? If you're getting renegotiated constantly while you're trying to perform. And
For sure.
yeah.
How do you reflect on Barney and Alphari's career? Because he's obviously not playing now.
Mm.
It doesn't look like he's going to be playing anytime soon. I think he's just recently been announced as a positional coach for
Coach for Koi.
MCoy.
Mhm.
But at this time, it was like a thing where I feel like with his career, it was like he was very, very good. It looked like he was potentially going to be really contesting like some of the best top laners at the time and kind of carving out his own. It felt like the legacy of Alphari was about to begin, and that's why there was so much interest. But obviously, it never went that way. He went to Team Liquid, relatively underwhelming. He was on the Vitality Super Team at one point, relatively underwhelming. What do you think held him back? Like, what was the problem?
Well, I think he was the best top laner at many aspects of the game. I think sure you could say like he could have maybe done a bit better in certain aspects of team fighting, or maybe this kind of thing, I think he was very good at side laning
Because
too.
the
But
meme is always that he's like very good at lane, but then did nothing after it. I think that's like what
yeah, but that's also
Bwipo
like,
said about him famously, right?
yeah, I mean, Bwipo says a lot of things at certain times, right? Like, I think he's a very intelligent person, but he doesn't have the biggest filter. And it can be true to some degree, but I also know that if Alphari was like on a team that ended up winning a championship, people would think completely different about him, even if he would have played exactly the same way. If his results were different, people would talk about him very differently, and the narrative around him would be very different. But it's a little bit similar to me, or very similar to me in some regards, where maybe laning is very strong, and then they don't succeed, and then people look at the results and try to find reasons why instead of looking at the gameplay and looking at the results separately, right? Like this type of analysis is very, very common. But I think he was a fantastic player for many years, and I had a lot of fun with him over
He seems like
afterwards
quite
too.
a funny guy. He seems like he's quite like he can be
Hmm.
a little bit goofy sometimes, perhaps. Do you have any like funny stories with Alphari?
Nothing I can say on stream, but he's pretty cheeky and pretty funny. Yeah.
Why can't you
I
say
had a lot of
why
fun with him.
can't you say it on stream?
It's private information. I had a really good time with him over the years for sure.
I'm just gonna let you know, by the way that you've said that, it sounds like you've had like you like been caught kissing each other after practice or something. Just because
Yeah,
of
we
how
were
just because
kissing constantly
okay.
for sure.
Fair enough.
We are a couple.
Whatever you want to get up to, mate.
Yeah.
But you leave OG at the end of you spend 2 splits there. Not the best time, presumably. In spring, you kind of, I mean, in fairness, you must have felt a little bit unlucky in playoffs playing against G2, because G2 famously that's the year where they get beaten 3-2 by Mad Lions, who finished 4th, and then they get knocked down. And you were going on a little bit of a playoffs run, but then you come up against them. But other than that,
It's not unlucky. It's just we are just worse than G2 and Fnatic. Like,
sure.
I mean, look at our team. Look at their team. Like, of course, we are just worse. Like, it is what it is, right?
But then you get
If
your
we
you get your
Mhm.
sorry, no, Karen, if you wanted to say something.
No. That's it. We were just worse.
But then
We're not shit. We're just worse than G2.
2021's when you get your
Interruption.
move. 2021's when you get to. You are a cheeky one, mate.
It's getting late, mate. Okay, go on. We have to
2020,
go through the next 5 years fast.
2021 is when you get your big move to Fnatic. How does that happen? Were you on the phone with Sam Matthews? How did Sam Matthews tempt you to Fnatic?
Yeah, I mean, despite seeing a lot of people thinking that I'm terrible because I had like this last split in Origin, the result was very bad. There was still quite a lot of interest, but I decided to wait all the way because I knew that Perkz was not going to be in G2 anymore. In that offseason, there was a possibility of, I think it was Misfits and Vitality back then, making a team with me, Perkz, Hylissang, Hylissang, Alphari, and Jungle. Maybe it was Selfmade or Trick. Like multiple EU orgs were trying to make this team together, which obviously would have been a really big thing. But in the end, I think Alphari gave a verbal to Team Liquid or something like this. Like he ended up going to Team Liquid. That's what I know.
And it just fell
And
apart.
Perkz ended up going to Cloud9, obviously, because this was like when he would have had to be sold to another EU team. But that was very, very complicated too.
Well,
And
because you guys spoke back then, presumably. Did he tell you he was going to Cloud9? What was that like? He was like, I'm off to make 6 million. See you later.
No, I mean he would have preferred to play in EU. I'm pretty
really?
sure. Even
Okay.
it was like most of these people didn't do very money oriented decisions. I mean, we still all earned good money, but we didn't look to have the highest paycheck. Like I said, Origin was I could have earned much more money in other teams, and but regardless, this didn't end up happening. And then I went to Fnatic because this was the offseason where Rekkles' contract was running out and Perkz was leaving, so I knew either G2 or Fnatic is gonna have a spot open, and the team that doesn't pick Rekkles is gonna need an AD carry, and I felt quite confident in myself that one of these two teams is gonna pick me that won't have Rekkles, right? So Rekkles went to G2, I went to Fnatic.
And then you go on this team, and spring's a little bit of a slow start, to be fair. You guys finish, I think, 5th in the regular and then 5th in the playoffs, so pretty middling all around. You go 9-9. What were like the issues? Like, why do you think it started quite slow? Because on paper you've got really strong players in every role, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. It was on paper, yes, but there was so much resentment from the previous year and years between certain parties. Obviously, we made roster changes the next split, right? So it's quite obvious.
Well, if it's so
we
obvious, what were the?
I mean, obviously, Selfmade and wanted to play really certain way, and Hilly Whippo and me to some degree wanted to play also other type of game, and Nisqy too. It was just a lot of conflict around that, and I came into the team just saying like, please Hilly, like teach me everything you know. I really just want to learn as much as I can from you because I've played against you now, as you can see in this career, and I've lost many players to him. So I was very, very, very excited to play with him, and I'm very grateful to this day that I got to play with him and I knew him. I still know him, and
He's
yeah,
he's like
the
he's
team
like a
was.
fisherman in the forest now. That's what your might have told me.
Yeah, he has a huge salmon farm. I think he's just
Yeah, he's got to make sure that LS doesn't call him up.
Nah, come on. Okay, no, it was quick at least. I like it. Quick on the feet.
Thank
But
you.
he was. Now I'm thinking about some weird stuff like. what, what we have
Yeah,
to
but you had
thinking.
major issues in this team in terms of that change. Self-made wasn't
Yeah,
really fitting, but then you obviously change in summer. This is like you guys hated playing with Self-made so much that Bwippo starts playing jungle. What was your reaction to hearing that Bwippo wanted to play jungle? Did you really believe he could do it?
it was honestly partly my idea. I think. I
Really?
think.
Okay,
I
I've
mean,
not heard that before.
It was Bwipo's idea, but I was 100% behind it because I think Bwipo is extremely intelligent about the game, and he. Yeah, I mean, I learned a lot of things from him too, honestly, about like how he plays with people. Like he he's obviously very, very talkative, so it's easy to understand what he's thinking when he talks that much. And he really wants to play the game, He wants to know what people want to do and why people do it, and then how do we do it best, and what is the situation when we shouldn't do it. And I really want to do that. And if you have this kind of energy in jungle, you know that okay, shit is happening. You know when it's happening. You know why it's happening, and that's all you can really ask for, I think, when you play with the jungle. And he put so much effort into learning the role. He put like so much effort into ideas about pathing, about how he plays, how he played with Hilly and me. I think was a really big success, and I think Nisqy and Adam in that split really tried also to make the team work as good as possible, and we had like a strong identity uh, around bot support. But at the same time, solo lanes were also trying, even if I wouldn't say they were the strongest individual players laning wise. They tried to really have an impact in their own way.
The story that Bwippo always tells is that Adam would like complain about certain matchups, and the funny thing about Bwippo playing jungle is he would just go and 1v1 him on the matchups and beat him on it.
Yeah, it did happen. It wasn't funny for Adam, I think, because Bwippo would usually do very well in both sides, but it was funny for the bystanders, I would say, yeah. But
what did you?
of
Because
course,
obviously you went on to have like understandably, not great relationship with Adam because of him, to put it plainly. But what did you think of Adam initially when you met him? Did you get on quite well initially, or was he not your kind of person from the get go?
no, I mean, I don't really want to talk maybe too much about it
Yeah,
because I don't want to put any attention into that topic, Like I
yeah,
think we are both done with this, like obviously for a
sure,
long time.
that's fair.
But like my first impression, I had nothing. I didn't dislike him in any way. I think he was just really not playing the game as a part of a team, but that's what we use to our strength, kind of like a wild card.
Hmm.
And he was like, he had a very funny mindset because he never watched like Pro League and this kind of stuff, like because he was very fresh, right? And he was just doing his own thing, and
Southpaw, like he was kind of like unorthodox, right? Like,
yeah, you could say that for sure. And honestly, I felt, yeah, I mean, I don't want to
we can move on.
go too
It's
much
fine.
into it
All good.
because then maybe other people feel the need to respond, and then it's
Sure.
like a back and forth and
Sure.
stuff.
Of
And
course.
I
Of
think
course.
it's not
I
good.
completely understand. It's your first time working with Yamato at this point, and you'd obviously seen him in your career. What's that like? Because he's someone that he's actually another person that gets quite a lot of harassment, weirdly. Everyone seems to think he's a terrible coach. He's only got a good voice. He's good at speeches. He knows nothing about the game. What was it like working with Yamato?
I mean, he's a great friend to this day. I think he deeply cares about the people in the team and about his job, even to a fault sometimes that he maybe sacrifices too much of his himself in a way. Very passionate, uh, works hard to try to learn the game, to learn things from other people. So I think he was a very good coach and a very good friend at the same time. And the only thing I can say is that everyone says the mountain thing was his idea, but I came up with that concept, and he plagiarized it. I even had a T-shirt with that saying on it, which I bought afterwards, because in that team, I mean, yeah, it's hard to talk about the team without talking about it. But my idea, this is what when I was before this world thing happened in that split, I was at the best point mentally in my life, I would say, that 2021 summer split. Um, and my whole concept was that nothing what is happening around you should need to make you react to it, and you should fully focus on what you can control. It's very basic stuff, but I was really putting it well into my day to day. And if people were getting triggered by how somebody else was playing or something like that, I would tell them, like, we are on top of the mountain. Nothing around us really matters. Like, we are zen, we are meditating. I was going in the morning to put my feet into cold water in the river,
Were you? Do
getting
you think? Do
vitamin
you think
D.
people looked at you like kind of like a crazy hippie? Because I've had friends that
No,
basically like you sound like some of the friends I had when I was 18 that like discovered like psychedelics for the first time. And
no, no, no.
it's like they talk to you. It's just like, listen, you got to let go of your ego, man. Your ego's killing you, man. And you're like, okay, buddy, put some shoes on. Stop wearing.
No, I
Stop.
mean, I was not that serious about it. I
Okay,
didn't
fair.
take like LSD and have a eye opening or something. It just I
Be
felt
careful because LSD means something very different in League compared to real life.
I have no idea. But regardless, it was also not that serious. Let's be honest. It was kind of a meme with the mountain, but the core idea of like not letting other people like tilt you and really doing your best yourself, and this will lead to good outcomes if you are consistent in it. And with Hilly and Weipo, I felt and Yamato too, I felt so much like energy. It's hard to describe. I really
Hmm.
felt like we had something special. The way we were talking about the game, the way we were making plans and executing it in game very, very well, and really being on the same page. That's the best feeling in League, when everyone is on the same page. And it's very rare because it's hard for people to communicate, and it's hard for people to try to really play how somebody else wants to play, you know?
And what was it like at this time? Because I remember there was a thing where Yamato told the story yesterday about how at one point one of the coaches wanted you to play with Rocks instead of Hylissang. Do you remember like being involved in that decision at all, or like what your reaction to it was?
No, they didn't ask me, but there was some behind the scenes talk that they wanted to
Yamato
do that.
basically said that he was going to pull a mutiny if that happened. Would you have walked out with him if you had to play with Rocks instead of Hylissang?
I mean, I don't want to be an asshole to Rax or something, because he really came in a time where Hilly had COVID and he was really doing his best,
Yeah,
and he was nothing but a cool person to me, you know.
of
But
course.
obviously Hilly is my boy, you know. Like, of course I want to play with Hylissang, but I don't want to act like it would be a divine punishment to have played with Rux, because we did quite well in the games
Yeah.
that we played together. But yeah, Hilly is
Yeah, obviously we
my
covered it a
boy.
little bit earlier. We won't go into Worlds or anything like that, but at least for the playoffs where you guys make it to Worlds, this is kind of the first time in your career you kind of break the playoff curse. You make it into you're not like one series away. You finally
Mhm.
do, and you also went on like a crazy. This is like the crazy lower bracket run. You come in as 5th place. I think you guys don't even have enough championship points to qualify if you don't do well. You beat Vitality 5-game series, Misfits 5-game series, G2 5-game series, and like this is
And
like
then Rogue as well, I think. Yeah.
yeah, you beat Rogan 3 games, but it's like, especially G2, this is like your org's bogeyman at this time. And you beat Rekkles, who obviously is like kind of like your idol. You like
Mhm.
modeled a lot of what you do on him in some ways, right? Talk to me about this lower bracket kind of like hero run. Like, tell me some stories from it.
Yeah, I mean, it was the mountain in full effect. Like I think the enemy teams all had like unique strength, and it was like you said, many game fives. But I think because we had this mental and inner peace, we managed to clutch out every single game five. And
It's so cool to hear you talk about it like that, because I guess comparatively, and this is something I wanted to ask you earlier, because a lot of the things that I've heard about you was that like people talked about you getting quite nervous when you'd go and play on stage, but you've never mentioned that for any of these years, like 2018 onwards. Is that something that's a misconception about you, that you were suffering with like anxiety or like stage anxiety?
I had anxiety definitely in my life, but not regarding to performing on stage. I think this narrative all started when I was in my first split. I was extremely hyped from the bootcamp
So the
rumors because
illness, people thought that
yeah,
the
it was
illness was
the illness,
anxiety.
but they made it about anxiety, the narrative that I was joking, but I was just not playing that at my peak because I was not playing the game because I couldn't play the game because I was feeling absolutely dog shit
Because
every single day.
this is even something people were telling me in 2023 when I would ask about you. They'd be like, "Oh, he's really good, but like he has like anxiety on stage." So it's like
No, I don't. I mean,
it's
of
interesting for
course you get nervous, but
5 years a thing has followed you from like an illness. That's
well,
really
like potentially, I mean, I obviously at the start you are more nervous, but as you can see, I try to reflect on my life and on how I feel and what makes me feel what and what makes me feel good as well. So I've tried a lot of different things to make me feel better, and at this point, I feel good playing on stage, like 98% of the time. So it's like I don't have much problem with that nowadays, or for nearly never, basically, honestly.
for sure. But in any case, I think we talked about the mountain or whatever. Let's go into 2022, because 2022, obviously you come back after tumultuous period, and there's a few more changes. This is the beginning of the Razork humanoid era,
Mhm.
and when Wunder comes as well. Like, talk to me about this, these changes and what this off season was like. Did you have any input into these new players in the team?
Yeah, I mean, I was not like in general. I think Fnatic usually has quite their own ideas. Like, of course, you can give feedback,
Oh,
but
we
in the
know.
end, like,
Oh, we know.
I mean, otherwise we would have leader Wunder right now. But to call back to my boy Mickey, but jokes aside, these were just players on the market that seemed like pure upgrades. At least not the jungle position. You could not say that clearly, even though Ivan developed into a very good player as well. But Humanoid just won LEC back to back, and even though we were in the final, actually, another little unlucky tale. I got really sick before we played that final in 2021. Another little excuse, but we would have lost if I was healthy. Or I would have been sick, I think, because Matt had just way better fundamentals. But um, Wunder obviously missed out on Worlds. We beat him in the playoffs, but he was the GOAT top laner until that point, maybe even still till today. Even though he was not like known for like hard carrying games anymore with carry picks, at this point he was developing more into like
How
the
I
struggles.
mean, my question about Wunder is like, how obviously the main meme about him is work ethic related. They say he loves to play WoW. Do you
Mhm.
think that that's unfair? Like, would you say that this guy is like a mentality monster, or do you think it's completely fair?
I would not. I think he's passionate. I think he cares, but I think the process of just grinding solo queue so much is something that I would say has changed. But also it's understandable and it changes for a lot of people and it's overplayed for him. I think it's rare that people still play so much like Mickey or yeah, I mean if you want to count me because I play for a long time or Caps or these people that
I
play
think
for a
people
very long
you
time.
count yourself, of course.
Yeah.
I
That
wanted to,
still really play the game a lot. But it doesn't mean that he didn't care or that he was
no, of course.
like just playing
I
WoW
basically
and
was
he
just asking you, like, do you think he gets unfair criticism for like lack of work ethic?
uh, if you talk about I mean, yeah, definitely. Like if people it depends what people say. I don't know, right? If people say he doesn't give a fuck, he just plays WoW, then yeah, that's completely unfair, of course.
Yeah,
If you say he could maybe have grinded more solo queue, even though I don't even remember particular in that year, like I could be completely wrong even. It's just something I remember him. talking about publicly that like,
Hmm.
or maybe it was Yamato or something. I don't know. Also, it isn't for everyone to just play solo queue like all time, all day, right? Some people really enjoy it. Some people, it can make people worse if it affects them mentally as well.
But in any case, this is you come in initially in this first spring split. You come second in regular split, and you finish third. During that playoffs, how did it like? Did you feel like you hit the ground running? Because obviously you guys made it. I mean, 5-game series against Rogue to make it to the final. Unfortunately, 3-0 by G2 in the lower bracket. But did you feel strong? Like it was a good start to the year in spring.
Like on paper, this is my most regrettable year. I think this is the year where I should have won LEC. Like just looking at my team, obviously I know why we didn't win LEC, but on paper I think this is like one of the main year where I think, okay, definitely this roster, the other rosters, you can't say like, okay, you lost to a clearly better team. Obviously how it played out, I think the teams were better that beat us, but we did not hit the ground running at all. I mean, I was still honestly dealing a lot with mentally with the repercussions of last year, but I was still very excited to play with this new roster. But I think the way Marek wanted to play did not match at all with how Hilly wanted to play. And this ended up being a disaster after a few weeks when they didn't get on the same page, and they wouldn't do that till the rest of the year. And it honestly was like a really bad situation because my brain completely understood how Marek wants to play, but my heart also completely understands how Hilly wants to play. And I think
Describe the differences. Describe the two.
Hilly loves to look at every detail and squeeze everything out of every detail and look at anything. Like, how did you walk in lane, like in this matchup? When did you step up here? When did you press your heal button? How did you play this fight? Like, and Marek was only thinking big picture concepts, tempo on the map. How should the team fight play out? Like, or like, how should you be positioned? How should the map be played? Like, not looking for these, let's say, creative plays or in the moment plays where you see somebody's misstepping in one way and then you instantly go and you pull the trigger, but more like, okay, we go here, then I get to push this wave. If you hover here on the map while I'm pushing this wave, then the enemy can't push this lane. Here is where you should put the wards every time, so then you can base already when this wave secured. Marek basically wanted to play the game completely around waves. Hilly wanted to play the game around his instinct.
Yeah.
In the moment, which he is the best ever at, I think, in the region. Maybe Caps also second, or maybe Caps is the best. Whippo, Caps, Hilly all have this quality, but they would not have appreciated each other's point of view. I think Hilly tried more, but I think Marek did not appreciate how Hilly wants to play at all. And that was just terrible. Conflict of ideas that was not resolvable because I think Marek is an amazing player, but he's not the person that really wants to put in work into people that don't want to learn it themselves, basically.
Is he kind of like a my way or the highway kind of guy?
In some way, but his way is based on like rational thought, you know? It's more like he thinks people should take like he doesn't say it like that, but what I think is he thinks people should take responsibility to learn the game to the highest level themselves to some degree, and he can help them, but he's not gonna pound it into anyone's head. Like if they don't want to do it, then he also has to protect his energy at some point, right? Because there's nothing more frustrating than trying so hard to get people on the same page, and then you play and they do something completely different than what you agreed on when you talked about it 10 times, right? So I can see both perspectives, but what for me is very painful is that this kind of conflict of ideas stopped us from really becoming the team that we should have been, because both of them, you can say, are great players in their own right, and both of them have amazing qualities. And I think Ivan was caught somewhere in the middle where naturally he's more of an instinctual player, but at the same time, he was not as that established yet. So he was also trying to learn from Marek, because we all thought, me and Yamato thought Marek's ideas were very intelligent, because he also just won in Mad and they played very good macro. And I think Wunder was more neutral, but very cool-headed. And I think he also is very intelligent about the game. So I think he would also fall a little bit more into the camp of Marek, but he wouldn't like no one would take sides or something. But Hilly, when he doesn't have the trust, you can't get the most out of him, and if you don't trust that in the moment play that he sees, even if it goes wrong in scrims 5 times, that on stage he's gonna repay you, then you shouldn't have him.
You'd
You
seen
shouldn't
enough.
work with him.
You'd seen enough magic from him at that point to fully trust.
Oh, I was fully bought in, and I think that's why
What
even
are
if we didn't win LEC together, we were the best bot lane, like many splits. Like we were very, very strong. Even at Worlds, we did very well against Guma, Yushi, and Carrier in some games, right? Or like we had good performances against some of the best teams in the world. So if you buy in, he will repay it, but it's not easy to buy in sometimes.
What are some of the most maybe moments that people don't even think about, because it's like so much that happens in a game because of the way the camera works and broadcast, like maybe you miss like intricate details. And in scrims, there are scrims that no one sees. What are some of the most magical things you've seen Hylissang do from your POV? And what comes to mind?
I mean, the first play that comes to mind is like his pike laning phase, like hitting crazy hooks, like making people double flash, like when we played against Mikyx and Rekkles. I remember one engage when we played against Rogue in the playoffs, and Wipo like played Vego, set up a E, and then he like came out of nowhere with Rakan ulti, flash W, hit 3 people. We win the fight, we end the game, and like just this kind of stuff all the time. His attention to detail in laning phase, like in the spring split when we went 5th, I think we had like 12 2v2 kills. Like we were playing fucking Diamond 1 games, like because we were dodging our master promos, playing Diamond 1 games, 2v2 killing like people in Diamond 1 through like, if this guy steps here, if he hits me one time, I'm immediately flashing on him, and when you do that, you immediately E with him on Samira or stuff like this with Kai'Sa. Just we were very crisp. I think we lost it a little bit, but we were still very strong.
Maybe
in
he
game,
was
but,
more crisp, you were more LWX.
yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to say.
Very good.
And
In
very
terms
good.
of when you played against
Sorry, I didn't want to make it awkward. I just didn't know what to say after that.
you're dealing with a professional comedian here. I can understand. It's a new environment for you. When you played against some of these teams at Worlds, is there any like crazy stories you can tell us from them? Because like from the thing is, you hear like crazy stories of like Western bot lanes. Like you hear about like Forgiven and Vander and like some of the stuff they were able to do at Worlds together. But you guys were like, would you say that at that time you were one of the best bot lanes in the world? You and Hylissang? Is that unfair to say?
I mean, more in the 2021, the one I left in scrims, this is where we were playing obviously scrims quite a lot, and before everything happened, and we were we were doing very well. Like I was getting many pentakills. I think Yamato has the scrims recorded. Maybe one day we could look at them, because we were really playing at a very high level in 2022 too, but we didn't really scrim at Worlds in 2022 because people just said it's useless to scrim if this guy plays like that. And obviously the person, like if somebody says that about you, you also don't want to scrim with them, right? So we legit didn't scrim nearly any games before we played at that World Championship. Also, me and Hilly both had COVID, so we both came really late, so we didn't have any type of boot camp. Before we played T1 or play-ins, I played with Rux half the games, right?
Yeah.
But not scrimming made more sense for the team because it was very destructive, and we went like second in spring in regular season, but we were losing 70% of our scrims just because people were so jaded mentally that they just didn't want to make it work. Like we could make it work on stage. People were playing way better with each other on stage, but in scrims, it was just terrible and bad cycle. And it was similar for Summer Split, honestly.
This is Worlds 2022. You guys are in a group with EDG, Cloud9, and T1. What do you remember about these games? Because it's one of those ones you're 2 and 4, but you actually weirdly you took the only game off of T1 in that group.
Yeah, I mean, the T1 game, obviously, I remember the 2v2 kill. I remember even the second game we lost. Like, it was tragic because we were stomping mid and bot at the same time in the first levels, and Faker roamed bot lane level 4 to push out a wave because it was a really, really bad wave state for them. And then they managed to stabilize it, but we had good advantages. And then I said, like, Hilly, please walk around here. You can't walk this way. They're gonna go on us. Like, they're gonna all in you and you're gonna die. And this is one of the things, don't tell Hilly what not to do, because he's gonna try to prove you wrong sometimes. And he just walked straight through them and they just killed him. But regardless, T1 was a very good team, and versus EDG, we had a game where we invaded them level 1 and they anticipated it, because I think we did it in the playoffs in EU. They had good scouting, and their top laner was their level 1 as well, and then we died to V2, and then on a gank there was like a really small interaction where we should have killed them, but I think Hilly, I mean, I'm just saying things I remember. Obviously,
Yeah. Well, it's like you were
if
in a
most
group
Hilly
with
examples,
Gumayusi Keria and Viper Maker. That must have been like, for
yeah,
someone like you that loves competition,
yeah,
you
I
must have
loved
been
it.
very, very excited.
Yeah, and the other game against EDG, I remember the Kalista game, but I don't remember really the second game. But obviously you could see like we were not even really able to scrim, so our team was not great at dealing with difficulties. So when we lost on that second day where you play 3 games in a row, I think after we lost to EDG and T1, we kinda knew we were already out. And we beat the other bot lane was Berserker, so Berserker, Viper, Gumayushi, and me. Quite a nice group.
How close did you feel to Gumayushi and Viper at that time, like in skill?
I mean, in the games we played on stage, I felt like it was they are amazing players, but I think I was also having really, really high peaks at this time.
Because this is
The
like,
year
to me,
before,
this is the most impressive part of your career, because you come off the back of the most mentally difficult time of your life, as you described, and the next year you're world class. I think, as much as people might say horrible things about you, no one can deny you were world class at this time.
yeah, I mean it's sad that it's just a group stage, but obviously I individually I feel like I was very strong at many points, even if my result that I had for in some other ways didn't really reflect it maybe. Which will lead us also to this world that we had this year. But yeah, many good memories. I think at some point it felt more like a team, but just the dynamic that we didn't manage to fix it. And we tried to talk, but sometimes people just can't make it work. And regardless, we went third both splits, right? And in spring we beat G2 in the upper bracket. But then I think we got reverse swept by Rogue playing TF like each game, and we got level 3 gank every game. And we said like, is it a problem, the Sylas TF matchup? He said like, no, I just inted level 3. But then we inted level 3 like 3 times. So we ended up getting reverse swept. And yeah, that was quite tragic.
But even so, we come to the end of 2022, actually just before, at this Worlds, because it's your first kind of proper Worlds experience, like where you fully experienced the tournament. Like, do you have any like anecdotes with meeting other players?
Oh no, I mean, you always see other people, right? And it's cool to go through the hallway and you see Viper and you see
Did they show you props? They
and
show you respect? Like after you 2v2 T1, like did they say anything to you after the game or?
no, I don't think so. But we were scrimming them quite a bit the year before as well. And I would say Guma Carrier, surprisingly, are like they're probably the best bot lane I ever played against. Like how especially like range matchups, I was like thinking, wow, they are very good. Like the spacing of Gumayushi and the boldness of Carrier, let's say, or like everything about him, it was great to see. But we could hang in there at some points back then.
It's good to hear. And in the end of 2022 is when you make, well, you say you don't like to look at these decisions in hindsight, but your stock would have been extremely high after 22. What was on the market for you?
So, I mean, this is like some internal stuff from back then, and we're getting to a point where it's getting kind of close to 2025. I felt more happy talking about all these things because it was like a long time ago, right? And now this is getting a little bit more recent, and it was not really like in-game stuff, I would say, but there was like a lot of things that, I mean, you can imagine I'm a person that really wants to practice, and it's very important for me that we do these kind of things, and we play a lot of solo queue and we play a lot of team practices because we were very close to winning without doing much of these things, and I understood the reasoning. But at the same time, like even though we wouldn't want to scrim and do this kind of stuff, there was a lot of emphasis put on spending time together. But honestly, after 2021, I was feeling very bad and I needed a lot of space when we are not practicing for myself and everything. So my philosophy was like, we should spend a lot of time together, but I hope that most of it is on the Rift practicing together and in reviews talking together. And they didn't want to scrim, but they still want to like hang out kind of. And I was pretty unhappy with that kind of thing because it doesn't make sense to me that we can hang out and we are all friends, but we can't actually work on the things that we have to work on. And maybe I thought the grass was greener somewhere else as well. Like Vitality obviously was the next team I ended up going to, and there was there was also a performance coach in Fnatic at the time that I was very, very unhappy with too, but he's gone for a long time and I don't want to like bring his name up or anything like that. It's all good now. But I maybe didn't feel as valued in a way. Also, back then, the teams,
You
all
don't
the
have to,
teams.
you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. But there was a whole thing like
Mm.
Yamato was talking about. Like one of the things he was saying is, oh, like how can you have like Wonder and Upset on your bench? Like in regards to like the bench situation, was that like a self decision or like how did we wind up there?
Yeah,
If you
it
don't want
was.
to talk about it, you don't want to talk about
I
it.
mean,
But
basically, no, but I can just tell you there was a completely different matter. Like nowadays, after the salaries went down a lot and teams have completely different budgets, it's very different. But back then, if you had a star player, if he doesn't resign, Fnatic offered me to resign during the year, but and they offered me something pretty good, and I declined it. And if you don't resign during the year, that's what G2 was doing. That was the whole matter. And your contract is running out the next year. They don't ever want it to happen that you run out of the contract for free. So then that means you don't want to resign, so you don't want to be in Fnatic long term. So you shouldn't play then, and we should try
so
to sign
basically,
you to
what you're
another
saying
team.
is, if Ocelot never watched The Celebrity Apprentice, then none of this would have happened.
Yeah, that was my point. I
Yeah.
just explained it with way too many words. But
Shady,
exactly that.
shady business practices.
No,
But
it's not shady. It's just business. It's literally just business, right? But
some would say, some would disagree with that. Maybe.
that was not just Fnatic G2. That was like, of course, if you have a valuable asset and you can make money, you don't want the player to
Well,
run out.
German labor laws interact with this as well. It's another part of it, right?
Yeah, I mean now it's different. I think now teams really do not want to bench anyone because they don't want to pay two players at the same time anymore because the money situation is very different, which completely shifts the demand for players and for star players in a way too, and also for like situations in teams.
For sure.
But back then that was the thing. So then this ended up with me not playing for the winter split because
You're
there was
like
supposed to be
you're like the Akon of LEC. You've been locked up your entire career. It's fucking crazy.
No, I mean, in hindsight, I would have taken that deal with Fnatic.
Yeah.
But the Vitality roster seemed interesting for me because Perkz is a player I wanted to play with all my career in G2 and maybe in the team after 2020. I told you that could have happened. And he was in Vitality with Bo, and they just failed the year before, I think, with Kazi and Labrov and Alphari. They missed playoffs and self-made. But then Photon looked like a promising player. Bo looked like the biggest thing ever, right? And I think they ended up getting Kaiser as support already, and then they had Neon. And at first, like Fnatic obviously went last place without me. This was with Rekkles and Wunder, and then Wunder would have to compete for a spot, I think was the story. And then instead, Oscar just took that spot. And that's when I went to Vitality. And the first split with Vitality was not like we finished third place, right? Which is respectable. Obviously, it's not you're not winning the league, but third place is nothing to be ashamed of in a way. Depending, especially because we were not like the G2 super team with Yike and Caps and Broken Blade and Mickey Hans. So it was quite good in the start, but then in the summer split, I have to think that people got very complacent. Also, like personal things, how people were working was just not acceptable. And then in spring, I think we won not because we were a really good team, but because we were all really good individually, playing really well individually.
It's the beginning of the year. It's the beginning of the year, isn't it? Like a lot of individual skill will get you further because teams haven't been practicing for as long.
I mean, it was the spring split because winter I missed, and they were 6th in winter or 5th or something with Neon, and then we went to top 3. But the summer split, we were just not practicing how we should have, because I think people thought, okay, we got top 3 with this kind of effort. maybe we can take it a bit slower in the start, or I don't know what people were thinking, but the work was not there from a lot of this team, and then we started losing the first week, and then
How do
we
you
switched.
how do you deal
Mhm.
with that? Because that seems to be a concurrent theme in your career sometimes. Sometimes when it's going well, everyone has that innate drive that you have, that you've always had. But are you to take some accountability, maybe this is a bad thing about
Mm.
you. How do you respond to that? Are you someone that like is silent in the face of that when other people aren't working? Because maybe you're not
No,
as confrontational, or are you very confrontational in terms of being like,
I,
guys, what
I
the fuck?
no, I'm very open with what I think. I I don't like the environments where everyone is talking behind somebody's back and no one is saying the issues that they have. I'm trying to be very open, but I try to do it constructive. Obviously, I've done that better and better the older I get. At the same time, I always try to confide in the coach about what I think is needed for the team and what we could do better in terms of practice and stuff. And I try to talk to my teammates if something is like what's going on in their life, like why not in their life, but like what makes them act how they act, when if they need more support, I try to help people. I try to watch the game with them if I can, if they are welcome it. I try to do the things I can to try to improve the team, and I think at certain points I was going too much into that and not focusing on myself and really trying to fix all the holes in the ship and get too stressed maybe, and then I would be more stressed, and then I could play worse, and then maybe it's a bad cycle as well because you should maybe try in these situations to
Was
focus more on yourself and play as good as possible as you can, and then other
mm,
people need to do the same. You can't make people work in the way that they should if they really don't want to do it themselves. You can't force anyone to try to be successful. They have to want it themselves in a way. And I think that was lacking sadly in that summer split.
were you was the most disappointing part of Vitality? Obviously, you thought you were going to work with the famous Coach Carter, and you're expecting to see Samuel L. Jackson on the first day, and it was just a white guy.
Yeah, but he still made us do push-ups, and we could not leave the room until we all did 50 push-ups. I don't know. I didn't watch the movie that much. I just saw some
Yeah.
shorts.
At that point, you must have thought that Coach Carter was like James Bond, like they just recast a new guy. It's a title, not a person, maybe.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
very good, very
that's
good.
what I must have thinking, yeah.
Very good. But then you come to talk to me about Bo, because this is like the biggest what if ever. Like he's like
Mm,
the King Von of LPL. Like he's playing with at the time I think he was playing with Doinby,
Doinby.
complete demon. Like this guy's like he broke. I found out this is the craziest thing. I found out this. Sometimes I just go and do random research. He broke the kill record in LPL. Obviously, do you know who he took it from? And he took it from Clear Love, which makes sense. Do you know what champion Clear Love had the kill record on? You'll never guess it in a million years.
Rek'Sai?
No. 15 kills.
Elise? No,
No.
that would be too obvious. Uh, is it a tank?
Yeah.
Sejuani?
Yeah. You got
Okay,
15 kills on Sejuani.
that's crazy.
You must have wanted him on Schalke if you had him instead of Pride Stalker on Sejuani.
Jeez, that guy would be running in the
He's
season,
got
I think.
fucking 15 kills.
The
But in any
double
case,
15 bomb.
Bo is like the biggest what if because everyone was like, this guy's fucking cracked. Yamato talks about when he was on KC even. This guy's doing things in scrims that are like unthinkable. What did you think of him as a player? Like, what was the problem? Did it just not translate to stage? Like, what's your evaluation of Bo?
I think like best mechanical jungle I've seen, or
Ever?
like no, not ever, but at least like absolute top level. Like obviously there's like uh, all the Korean top players or Chinese top players are similar to this, but he had insane mechanics on his champions, but also playing his style of game would require everyone else to be good at the supportive style for solo lanes at least. But also, I
I feel
don't
like
think
this was the thing that people. I remember like the people. I try and like tune out. I don't know anything about the game, but I kind of am good at figuring out sometimes who knows what they're talking about. And I really clued onto this narrative that a lot of people were talking about, where it was like him playing with Doinby is what made him as good as he was in LPL because he's very gifted himself. But Doinby is like the original like drop what I'm doing, sacrifice, enable my jungler to play. He's sort of like Doinby's. It sounds really offensive, but Doinby's like kind of like the Nisqy archetype, but like on crack and heroin. Like he's just like he's just like willing to sacrifice everything to enable the jungler, right?
I mean, Bo was telling me that Doinby and Chris would just tell him what he should do, and that's what he did. And if you tell him mechanically, he was really good. His attitude was not bad too. I mean, I think he maybe could have like had a better schedule, like his sleep schedule was not the best, or things like that. But in the end, our team
He
was
started
just not
smoking.
finding.
He started smoking as well, didn't he?
I was, I guess, yeah, if it's public, sure. But
Well, that's a famous meme of him,
our
right?
yeah, our team was just not functional. Like we just didn't have a clear identity. And in the EU, I think it was Maokai that was the most winning champ at that time, if I remember 2023 correctly. And that was not what we were good at all, but we were trying to play that at some point. First, we tried to play carries, but Photon also wants to play carries. Um, I'm playing AD carry, so I'm gonna play a carry, obviously. And the support was not somebody that would tell him how to play and actually take that leading role and work really well with him. He was more of a passive person in that environment. So they were not having a great synergy. And I think Perkz tried to play supportive in a way, but also Bo would not try to play very structured. You know, he would play very freestyle. And I think Perkz is really good at making a team play a very good structured game. And he mainly is a really amazing carry player. Not that he can't play supportive, but I wouldn't also say that was his main strength. So when people don't play well individually, but everyone is like kind of playing carries, it won't work against even people that play decent as a team and are playing like good team fight comps. Like so the level individually wasn't there in that split, but also the team cohesion wasn't there. And then when you start losing, it's very difficult if you don't have anything clear to fall back on, you know. In previous teams, maybe we could say, okay, we make the game more simple, we pick maybe some more tanks, or we have like a straight up front to back comp, but that's not what we're good at. We would be good at the complicated stuff on paper, but we were not good at it at that time. So then we started losing, then we tried to get inspired, I think. But he was already at the airport, that story was public, but then
Yeah,
something went wrong.
that is crazy. There's so many what ifs in your career.
Yeah, and then we ended up getting Douglas, who was also not a bad player by any means, but the team already, I think people were extremely stressed, like in the team and not doing well, you know, because losing is really heavy for people because this is like a lot of their life and it can really snowball in this. It's a 3-week format, right? It was 3 super weeks. So if you
Yeah.
fuck up one weekend and you don't have something good to fall back on and you fuck up another weekend, holy fuck, you're fucking stressed, you know, like maybe your career's over with how people act nowadays. So that went really bad, and that also made my position for the next offseason very, very bad.
I remember having a conversation with Perkz around this time. I interviewed him around about this year. It would have been 2023. And like it's one of those things where like this was really kind of like I guess people would call it I'm hesitant to use this word because it's such a fancy one and I'll have to explain what it means. But like the denouement, like the kind of downfall, it's like kind of it's just before really the beginning of the end for him, if we're being fair. And he's obviously an all-time great. I think he gets heavily disrespected in terms of his legacy.
Yeah, it's
Say
disgusting.
what you think about him. This is one of the greatest. This is probably the second best player in the West ever. Like if you were to rank it all time, at least in my opinion. If you care about my list, who cares? But this is a time where like a lot of things start to sink in terms of like there's stories of like him being involved in the kicking of Neon. People are like maybe he's not the same player that he was. Like you'd spent so much time looking up to him and being a friend of his. I guess what did you feel like you were getting Luca at the end of his career and maybe he wasn't as good as before? And that might be an unfair phrase question because he's a friend of yours, but I just kind of wanted perspective on that.
I think he was still pretty good, but I think he really didn't like how the game was played by people in our team. And I think that affected him, and I think maybe he could have come a little bit more prepared into that summer split. I don't know, but he worked very hard and he cared about the team. That's what I can tell you when we were there. And I'm not sure. Looking at how some people played around him was also not the best, but I can say if
was he
in
a
the teams
leader
where
still?
he was, yeah, he was trying for sure. But if a lot of things are wrong in the team and you're trying to fix it and it's not working, it can also impact your individual form a lot, you know. I have had that experience too in certain moments in my career. So yeah, like I think he was one of the most amazing players this region has ever produced, and I think no one can ever take that away from him. And he had many great qualities, and I think, like my personal relationship, he was always very kind to me, and I really like him, of course.
Yeah, I think he's a great guy as well. And lots of people would think that maybe we don't have a good relationship because of like he played on Ruddy Sack, and like obviously that wasn't a great experience through the parties, but like just in every interaction I've had with him, just absolutely lovely. Like he even like shared when I did the whole thing about me coming back because I took a bit of a break from interviewing. Like he retweeted that. Like he doesn't need to do that. He's like one of the greatest of all time. I'm just an interviewer. He didn't need to like support me. He's not active on Twitter nowadays. It was just so nice of him. He's just such a lovely guy. If you want to give him a shout out in terms of like giving some publicity, some of the more kind things, is there like a particular memory you have of him, like doing something kind or being nice to you? What's your fondest memory of Luca?
I mean, I'm gonna sound gay, but it's not for the stream, you know. But he was just if it's not like a single moment, he was just the person looking out for me in a way I felt like, and trying to give advice for me, and yeah, being there when maybe I felt sad about things that were not going well. And I hope I did the same for him in some ways, and we were just hanging out a lot and having just a good time outside of the game too. And
He strikes me as the kind of guy where if he kind of knows when you're down without even asking, and then he asks you to go out for a drink or a meal or something like that.
yeah, no, he for sure he's a friendly person that cares about people, I would say, from interacting with him. Yeah.
And this 2023, this is where it's really, really sad because you've gone from the previous year having like worldwide level stock. You've even talked about like Korean LCK offers. And why do you choose KC? Because we talked about that earlier. We talked about you had the sandbox offer on the table. KC is obviously a massive opportunity, but you said that you knew that it was going to be difficult from day one when you saw the team, right?
I mean, I thought it was very high risk. I mean, first of all, it was very weird this offseason because I came to Vitality out of Fnatic thinking it's a long-term thing. Then this split happened. They still said they really appreciated how I worked, but then I also wanted to. Hilly was going out of Koi. This is when the Spanish team kind of came in, and I wanted to play with him there again. And we kind of all agreed, but then there was like a lot of delay with the contract, and it was very weird, honestly, that offseason for me on their side. And I started to feel like, okay, if I keep waiting and they can't give me any confirmation of what's going to happen, maybe I will end up without a team. And moving to Korea would have been awesome, but at the same time, I would join like a quite bad team, but at the same time, I would have to move everything in my life there, and it would mean a lot of different things as well. So that would have been very complicated too. And it was not like I got an offer from T1, right? or even a top 5 team. It was one of the teams that was struggling, which makes sense. I wouldn't get a team from a really offer from a really good LCK team if I just finished last in LEC. So I'm still grateful that they made that offer. But the KC thing, at least there was Yamato there. And like I said, I really appreciated him for many things. Targa was very, very kind to me at the time. Like
He gets quite a hard rep as well. People are quite horrible to him.
Yeah, it's very sad. And he made me feel quite valued, which with how the narrative can swing, even if you could see my career, like many all pros, many top 3 finishes over many years, a decent showing at Worlds in 2022, and still I have 10th place and all the old stuff comes back, you know. And not everyone values you at that point, and I'm playing for a longer time and I didn't win the split. So some things are working against me at that point, just timing wise. But Bo also, even though it didn't work out, I still believe that if people would really buy into his identity, if you could play the game around him exactly, it could work. But also I have to say he didn't really try to learn the other way that much. Like he didn't really want to learn how to be a really good tank player or well-rounded player, you know, which I think in the end in a region
Was
like
he
Europe.
quite egotistical? Because it's quite easy not to be. Like, you come to Europe and you just get rank 1
Mm.
like it's a piece of piss, and you're
No,
so
no,
mechanically far ahead. Like, what was his ego like?
no ego. He's a lovely guy. I really like him. Like I like most of the people I
Fair.
worked with, even if I didn't agree with how they worked, But he just didn't put the effort into that aspect of his game. I don't know why. I don't think it didn't feel like ego. Like it didn't feel like, no, shut the fuck up. I will play this.
He just didn't get it.
It's like I mean, it's natural. Like people want to do what they're good at, and if you're insanely good at one thing, but you're not good at one other thing, it feels bad to learn these other things. Maybe in that team also, if you look at the solo lanes, Cabo and Saken were not like in their best form. It wasn't a very strong solo lane setup for him. It would be weird for him to play supportive, but at the same time, these two players would also not really enable him that much. And Targa and him also were not like a very strong support jungle later on in the game. I felt our early game was quite good in the first split, but yeah, it's 3-week split. We started very bad throwing games because of our weaknesses, and it didn't get better, and I rewatched some of his games, and it's just horrible how how the team was playing, let's say. And but what they assured me is that if it doesn't go well in the first bit, we're gonna make changes. But I didn't anticipate that the change would have been kicking Yamato, right? Because that was also one of the big reasons why I wanted to go there. But in terms of the other offers, in that offseason, it didn't like there was some other teams, but it wasn't something very, very interesting for me. Like I still felt okay, even if it doesn't go well, there's still the coach I really like and the jungle I still believe in some way. And they did play really well in the second league, so who knows, But at the same time, I also knew like it could also go very wrong, and that's the risk I was willing to take. And now I have 3 10th place in a row on my resume after having this bad split in Vitality, but that's also another thing about perspective. Uh, 3 splits is 1 year. The player you mentioned quite a few times in this interview, for example, is Viper, and he got relegated 2 times in a row in the same year. In season 10, when I actually went last place, he went last place back to back, and I think he got relegated, and then it was franchising maybe, but he had like a 27, like a very, very low win rate, like losing nearly every game. The year after that, he went to EDG and won Worlds. Obviously, I didn't go and win Worlds, but it shows that this doesn't define a player, It shouldn't. If you want to give a player a fair shot and look at his whole career, and
I
you
think
can look at
I'm
yeah.
going to step in because I don't even want you to lawyer for yourself. I feel very
Mhm.
protective of you over the course of this interview. Like, even I feel like I want to give you a hug after this, because it's a thing where, like, with you, all that needs to be said, and the biggest thing I've learned during this interview, is you went from having like the toughest year of your entire life, your lowest point, and the next year you were back on top, world class. So 2v2 killing Gumayushi carrier. That's all that needs to be said for me. Like that bounce back is just that's crazy for me. So yeah, I don't even want to hear you lawyer yourself, because I just feel like
Yeah, I mean, I'm just fighting ghosts, because
exactly. I
I've
feel like
read
you shouldn't even need
things.
to. You shouldn't even need to.
Yeah,
That's crazy to me.
sure.
Like,
I mean, but it's also not common that people that are very, let's say, people that many people are saying are very good have these kind of results. Even though if you think about it more and look more into it, you will see that many people had bad splits or bad years sometimes
sure.
if they play for a long time. Not the greatest players, like Caps never had a bad year. You can't say that, but in general, that's not it.
2021, I guess you can
Yeah,
argue maybe.
if a bad year is making third and fourth, then most people never had a good year. Let's
That's a
say.
good way of looking at it. But
It's
summer is when they bring in, they make a few changes. You get Canna, you get Vladi in. Vladdy's obviously someone you're rumored to play with. What did you first think of Vladdy? Because for me, I've known him for years. Like, this kid, to give a bit of lore on Vladdy, I hope he doesn't mind me sharing this. Like, back, he used to play in NLC and Riddle with your new supposed top laner as well. He's called Jax Plank back then. He's called Imperos now. And like, Vladdy was just like this little toxic little shitter. Like, he just typed all the time. He's so and his internet never worked. Like, there were so many games during the regular season on Riddle where he's just with DC and they would use all his pause time. And I remember there's one time where he literally, he played against a team and I think they had to FF because they used their pause time, and then like they asked the enemy, can we use your pause time as well? And they said no. and then they had to FF the game. And Vladi was like in the chat afterwards, being like, "Fucking unsportsmanlike, like fuck you, like you would never beat me if my internet worked and shit like this." And like he is just such a funny little kid. And like we didn't speak that much, but we were like friendly. But like he would like I remember even when he was on KC, like he'd DM me, he'd be like, "Bro, my webcam doesn't work. Can you help me fix it?" And I would just message him back like, "Do you think I'm like tech support? Like, what the fuck are you asking me?" He's such a funny kid. What was your first impression of him?
I mean, my first impression. I mean, this is some lore, but he was actually. I remember he flamed me in solo queue
Yeah,
as well, which was pretty funny because he said I don't know anything about the game or something like that. Which is funny looking back now, but I don't take anything seriously what is in solo queue. Like
yeah,
I've
of
said
course.
stupid shit. We all have done it. It doesn't matter. But
Yeah.
my first like real impression was that he was very talented and very he plays. Wait. Oh, I thought ADC. He you cursed me nearly with the Vladi thing. Um, he plays so much League, and that reminded me
Of
a lot
yourself.
of myself and also of Caps in a way because he has. If you play League that much and you are somewhat talented, you're gonna be really good. And if you're very talented, you're gonna be very, very, very good. And I think he's quite talented, and he just
But you don't think
plays.
he's very, very talented though.
No, only two varies. I said. No,
But
I don't know what I said.
how talented do you think he is?
He's quite talented, I would say. But what I love is just that he loves the game because I also really love to play League, and I think that's something very important for you to work on yourself, because it's your craft, and I think it's beautiful to see
Can I
because
ask you
it's
something? When
not common. Yeah.
you looked at Caps's talent back then, you probably gave him the double vary. If we're being honest, this is the best player ever in the West. What did you?
Yeah.
How did you view your own talent? Were you right there with him? You think in terms of talent back then? I'm not going to help any of the potential man memes by
Ooh,
asking you
this is
this,
gonna
but
be the headline for the interview. I
yeah,
thought I'm more talented than Caps. Is the
you
no?
did.
Of course not.
Or
No, no, no,
no,
no.
okay.
I thought. I mean, I thought I was very talented, but not
You
very,
thought
very
you were
talented.
very talented, but not very, very talented. So just
I
one
mean,
below.
I think,
So
yeah.
Vladdy's quite talented. You were very talented, and Caps was very, very talented.
No, this was not a tier list. I was not trying to say the varies in that way.
Maybe I am a redditor. I'm quite good at it.
You maybe, yeah.
Maybe it was
No,
me. I'm the secret redditor.
of course, I believe in myself. I believed in myself a lot, and still to this day. But it's obviously harder to deal with it nowadays with
Yeah.
how things played out. But yeah, I mean, I was rank 1. I was 16. I was getting very good feedback everywhere.
But
I was
I guess
playing
my
very well.
question to when you were 16, 17 and you were playing with Caps and you thought he was really talented, you probably thought that you were just as talented, right?
Yeah, potentially. I don't remember.
Sure.
Like,
It's
I mean,
it's a leading question, but it's just
it
interesting.
is
It's
quite
interesting
leading.
how
I mean,
everything like works out. Is the
I
interest
mean,
for me? Like,
I think I was saying he's the future, like back then. So I think he was. He was also playing mid lane. I think mid laners in general, it's a more special.
yeah, we get it. AD is a
special
shit
role.
role. Like they need to buff it. Like all of this. Like yeah, we get it, man.
No. It's not bad. It's just I think the best players in history are mid laners.
It's true. It's very true. But
That's the
2024,
most skill expression.
of course. 2024 is you get Vladi and Canna in, and you guys actually like turn into like a pretty decent team. Like you're like one game from making it to the season finals. Talk to me about this playoffs run. Like when do you think that you like? How do you think you guys got like so much better? Was it just the fresh blood, fresh faces?
Yeah, I mean our solo laners, and we changed literally the whole top side. So all of them were just playing a lot better. I think Closer was trying a lot to. I appreciate really the job he did in that team. He was trying a lot to help out the solo lanes play better. I mean, mainly Vladi, and he was very passionate as well. And I think he was quite good. And I think the solo lanes, as you could see in the next year, this was Vladi's very first split, and Canna was not really speaking English at all at that point. But in scrims, I could already see like, wow, Canna is such an amazing talent. And I also thought Vladi was a big talent, and we managed to get fourth, right? Because we didn't have that much time.
Talk to me about that
sadly,
5-game loss. That must have stung. Why do you think you lost in 5 games? And it's a difficult one.
yeah, I mean, obviously I rewatched it. I think we threw like one game with like the most stupid shit ever. Like I watched it. Like the thing is, giving like a general reason why you lose isn't really
Helpful.
fair to like. It doesn't really make sense to what is the how the game is, because it is so many small things that decide the outcome of a game.
Of course.
But I would say like, I mean, Vladi was maybe a little bit nervous. I think me and Targa could have maybe picked a little bit stronger champs for laning phase, but we were doing quite well with the Zeri Ezreal Kai'Sa meta. But we could have maybe took a little bit more ownership of that. I think Closer did a lot for the team, but he really had an off day on that day, to be honest. If you watch the games, and I think Canna, yeah, if it was some weird situations with lane swaps maybe in some of the games, and he was doing quite well, but he wasn't quite at his peak yet from what I can tell. Like, I think if you saw him this year, I think he was probably the best player in the league. And I think he was still getting more comfortable being in Europe. It was his very first split there, and we didn't work that much together yet, sadly. Because I think if we had this lineup earlier, I think we could have done a lot, really. Like,
If you'd progressed past BDS, I mean, it's obviously maybe you don't even
mhm.
want to entertain hypotheticals, but just based on how strong you guys felt at that time, because obviously you felt a lot stronger. You're coming off of the honeymoon phase. If you'd made it past that 5-game series, you go to season finals. Do you think you guys had a chance of making worlds?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the team that ended up making worlds was Koi, and I think we beat them in the same playoffs
Yeah.
that we played. 2-0 and very
Yeah,
good
that's
games.
the time when they basically made it just
Yeah.
by beating G2 in that 5-game series, right?
Yeah, basically, exactly. They had like a negative win rate throughout the whole year, but we were beating them in regular season and in the playoffs. And if this is the team that made worlds and we beat them, I think it can make sense that we would have also done it right.
Did it feel weird being on KC, kind of knowing that it was really only going to be for 1 year because it was likely that they were going to promote Kalist? Because everyone was like, Kalist was the next big thing, right?
Yeah, well, they were very transparent about this. I knew it too, but I thought it was, like I said, after the 10th place in Vitality and the way the market also changed in terms of players not selling and buying contracts as much, and the top teams, I think, like Koi made the Spanish team, right? So that was not a consideration. G2 kept the same team for the next year. Fnatic at the time, our relationship was not the best after things from before that we obviously resolved by now. As you can see, I'm playing for Fnatic. So it was a very difficult offseason. Also, this is like when the whole scene really, really shifted, like let's say esports winter. So
That's why they
yeah,
had to. That's
I
why
didn't
they
have
had
the
to.
best
They had to add the
options,
winter split
I would say.
for that reason, right?
Hmm?
That's
Oh
why
yeah,
they added the
yeah,
winter split just to honor it.
yeah, because yeah, exactly. That's what Riot said.
You come back to Fnatic, and you mentioned there you obviously had to mend some bridges. Like, talk to me what those conflict resolution talks were like. I can imagine it's like you have to have like a peace summit almost. Was part of you coming back, like obviously you mentioned there's a performance coach that wasn't there anymore. Like, how did you forgive Fnatic basically?
No, I mean it was mutual. Like I never would claim that I'm perfect or
Of
that
course.
like I was, like I said, I was very unhappy with many things, and I made it very clear that I was unhappy. But then I also saw what happened in other teams, and that made me also change my perspective on certain topics, right? Because maybe I did think the grass was greener, and I could see that there was obviously a lot of problems, other things, and also they were saying things that they appreciate about me and how we could work together. And I also, obviously, when the results were worse, you also appreciate the times where even if we only got third place, that's still better than having struggles where you don't know if you're going to play anymore, and you don't know, and the team can't get any shit together, right? So I think change in perspective and also like resolving conflict, like that's in general a thing I believe in, that happens sadly way too little in teams, that I think people give up on each other quite fast, and there's not much open dialogue about issues and about how to work together, because I don't think people are set in stone. I don't think people are just how they are. I think if you really want to achieve something together and you are open and you trust that the other person takes it in a good way, and you can say hard things to each other and take it and move forward with that. That's really what I believe in as a person, and I think that's also why it worked with me in Fnatic again, and also why I still believe in the people that it didn't work with in the past, right?
Was there any other?
And that was a big thing this year.
Was Fnatic like the only option for you, or was there any other options going into 2025?
Into 2025? Oh, into this year? Honestly, I had Fnatic really on my mind. It was like, oh yeah, no, it was. I remember me and Mickey were considering going to another team with Yike as well in that off season. It was this team, and then
Ruddy,
like
I think they're called Ruddy, right? Playing the NLC.
no, it was LEC team, but maybe Ruddy would have been also very good. I don't know. Maybe we could have given Lost Raton some competition, but it was between a team with Yike.
I think you probably would have been better than Hums, to be fair.
I would hope so, but you never know, you know. He's quite good on Draven, maybe. I'm not sure, but no, there was some options, but I wanted to play in Fnatic again, and I want to still try to achieve, like, break my, let's say, where's the camera? Okay, curse and Fnatic's curse, obviously, because both of us have had good results, but never the best result.
And in 2025, you play with Mickey, obviously, but you come back to an organization that's got Razork and Humanoid, like basically 3 years basically on. And one of the big things, like I spoke to Grabs about, is that this is a relationship where you would have thought initially at the beginning of the relationship, it's like, okay, cool, Humanoid's got his ideals set in stone, Razork's developing, maybe we can mold Razork into a player that can kind of see things Humanoid's way. You arrive in 2025 and that's very clearly not the case. It's very clear that those two do not see the game very differently, very similarly. From what Grabs described, it's like you said, like Humanoid's a big picture guy, play it by the waves. Razork's the kind of guy, if he sees an opening to skip a step, like Hylissang, he's going to skip that step. But you've come to now where those ideological differences have festered over the course of years, and it causes a lot of tension, a lot of resentment in some ways. Was that one of the biggest difficulties in 2025 in terms of playing in a team? Because obviously you made the change halfway through the year.
I mean, I would agree with that, but I wouldn't have wanted to change Marek if he didn't ask himself to basically take a break. Like, that was the main reason from what I understood is why we didn't have him, because he was having his own things.
The way that Grabs put it is that basically someone had to go, and Marek was quite keen to raise his hand and say, it should be me.
Yeah, maybe that is that yeah, it's possible. I'm not sure. I understood the situation differently, but also I don't know if it's up to me to speak. Like I said, we are now talking about this year, so
of course,
it's up to the people themselves. It's their life, it's their privacy. It's
very respectful.
It's like it's just I think if somebody doesn't feel passionate about playing, like, it doesn't make sense that they play in a team that wants to do very well, of course. And if they express that multiple times, then it makes sense from a human level to give somebody that time to reignite that fire, right? I think we were very good at many times, but I think different people at different points had big underperformances in playoffs. Overall, we were consistently a top 3 or 4 team, but you need to actually win the important series. We did versus KC, but in general, like, we just had weird things happen in important moments, let's say. Like, I remember many, many moments of this year, and you would need to go through each series by its own, but all I can say is that I really enjoyed playing with Mickey, and he's somebody I really just enjoyed playing with. I felt like we were very much on the same page how we want to play, and also, yeah, we share just interests when it comes to card games and maybe even media and like anime and stuff like that. So I really like to work with him on a bot lane level, but in the team, people just had issues that they didn't want to express, and they just were like, yeah.
That would be my biggest question, is that you kind of in the off season you're talking about you and Mickey as a package deal, potentially with Yike as well. Obviously, you go to Fnatic as a package deal, not a package deal, but you go together like as you both bought in, wanting to play with each other, both like heavily committed. Mickey's a grinder as well, by all means. But the big thing with Mickey during this year is, I mean, Grabs summed it up well. To Mickey, it's either second and eighth is the same thing to him, is the way that Grabs put it. And might be a bit unfair, but Mickey kind of agreed in some capacity. I interviewed him right after. He's like, yeah, I kind of do think like that. What was the difficulty like this year, and how did you feel about it? Because it felt like Mickey at one point was just very bought in and then kind of just checked out in some ways mentally. I think even he would admit that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he even said it. I think even maybe in your interview, I watched some parts of that. Yeah, I think he had kind of high expectations, and I think me and him were doing very well, but the game results were not going how he wanted in the moments, and he protected himself in a way by giving up responsibility and not giving it that much importance what's going to happen, right? And that's just sometimes that's what people need to do to deal with their difficult emotions, because I know he would have loved to beat the teams in the playoffs, probably especially G2, I would imagine. But when these results don't come, there's different ways to deal with it. You can say, okay, what are the problems? Let's have these difficult situations and try to make it work. Or you can say, it won't work with this. Let me do my thing, and what's gonna happen is gonna happen, right? And I think sadly too many people chose that path in this team, and that's why it was difficult to really have breakthrough moments. Because my philosophy on that is like, okay, you say, no matter what I tell this guy, like just as a hypothetical, he will not improve. But if you don't tell him anything that he could improve on, he will definitely not improve as well. So at least you can try, and then if it fails, it fails, but at least you did your part in a way, you know? And that's what I've tried to do this year.
I
And
think
that's what I've tried every year, to be honest, that I played. But it can get misconstrued in a weird way. Like, I see a lot of different narrative that I always just want my jungle to come bot, but
this is
I
what I
can
was
tell you
actually
that
just about to ask, because I think
I can tell you, for example.
Mickey did an amazing piece of lawyering to you, and I think he put it probably ironically in a better way than you're about to. Like Mickey basically said that it's not that Upset wants the game to be played around him, it's just in the absence of anyone else saying that how they want the game to be played, you're always able to present options. It's less that you're saying come bot, it's this more you're saying if you come bot, this will happen. And potentially what Mickey was saying is often during that split, no one was saying options. So you were just presenting options in the absence of options.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And that's also why, like, I saw, like, I don't like when people do like interview and say like we didn't get on the same page as a team, and then I know like how we work as a team, you know, if you don't put in the effort, I don't know how you expect it to happen. Like, I scrim every day and I want to win the scrim, or like I want to do as good as I can, like I would on stage, because that's the only thing that makes sense for me. And I will say what I can do around my lane, and I will do it consistently, and I will try to play well. And often I do play well, and often we win the game when these things happen on my lane in scrims. And if people see me communicating to their jungle and giving options and making plans and managing their wave and knowing their matchup well and playing to win it, then why would you expect that the jungle will come to your lane, you know? Like, you don't give him anything. It's also a relationship anyway, in a way. And you shouldn't expect that your team plays around you if you don't put in the work every day in scrims, in my opinion. Unless you have a player that knows exactly what he should do in every single game with every single champion, looking at every single map state and every single lane state, right? Like, if your jungle reads all the information perfectly, no one would need to say anything because he knows exactly what is necessary to do. But that is mostly a fantasy world, I would say. That's not how why would we be on this? Like, why would we talk to each other then? It's not how it really is, you know.
How much did this KC series in winter, where they beat you in 5 games and then they go on to win the finals, how much did that cause scars throughout the year? Because Mickey talks about that series as kind of like a breaking point for this team. He obviously did well afterwards. He made it towards at the end of the year, but he said that's where a lot of the strain started. Would you think similarly?
I think it was I mean, potentially not for me. I mean, it was very bad, our thing in that series, because we didn't know Javan was open. Like, we didn't even know it existed, basically. And our plan was to first pick Lulu, but we're also giving them Aurora, which was like very strong because Marek wanted to play Sylas, and fair enough. Like, if you say in a game 5, I want to play this champ, give them this champ and I will counter pick it. Okay, it's fine. And then if you get solo killed, at least you took responsibility of saying what you want to do. It sucks that you got solo killed, but the bigger problem is our plan is to first pick Lulu, and then they pick Java and Aurora 1-2. And okay, I can pick Jinx there, but I'm playing Jinx into Javan, and I know the enemy AD really likes to play MF, and it's a good matchup into Jinx, and they will have counterpick support, and they will have MF, Aurora, Javan, and I'm playing in a mobile AD carry. So I already thought, holy fuck, like, how does this happen, We didn't know about this coming, and then I picked MF away, which was probably not great. Like, I should probably pick like a mobile champ that can still do damage.
So it was your decision to pick MF?
Well, in that circumstance, I did end up picking it, but it was just the Javan Aurora makes it very hard to pick a champ. Also, my champ would have to be good into him. I know they can pick MF, right? So Tristana into Bloodthirster MF.
So you were just there in the 40 seconds just trying to crunch all the numbers of like what the best thing to do is.
I think we already fucked up. Like, in first pick compared to the 2 champs they pick, the draft was already kind of cooked. But even this game, people talk about MF Lulu, but if you saw what happened, like, they did something level 1, so we died level 1, I think, or they took a flash, then we got solo killed mid, and then it was a lane swap, and we tried to cross into the enemy bot side when I'm top lane with my support, and then we got all killed there. So the game is just completely cooked before it's even playable. So if I was Jinx in that game, it would still be unplayable if they have a winning bot lane as well, and this stuff happens in the early game. But that's just a very simplistic way of making a meme, and I agree, MF Lulu is not a great combination. It's also the first fearless split, and the draft is like, there's no rational pick anymore at that point where you can have like a decent lane and team fight is gonna be good as well, to be honest.
But then
which is fine.
Going forward, like, again, you hit the ground running, you go 7-2 in the regular split, but then in terms of the MSI qualification and playoffs, it's another pretty unlucky. You come up against G2, you have the very difficult series against them, you obviously take a game off of them, and you beat GX, and then you get completely stomped by KC. You don't even manage to make it to 5 games then. Do you feel like was improvement just not very straightforward? Because it felt like they kind of got a lot better, but maybe you guys were stagnating in some ways.
I mean, I think that G2 series was the one that really was jading, because I think Winter Split, okay, it's fearless now. We lose a 5-game series to the team that ends up winning the split, and it did quite well at first stand.
Yeah.
It's more understandable, and then the next regular season is again very strong. But that best of 5 against G2, the way we lost, like, very winning game states. I remember Chain 2v2 killing with Kalista, Taric diving 2v2, being so far ahead, and like the mistakes we're doing that we talked about so many times. That's when I really felt like the pain of not getting on the same page, even though there was much effort to do it in scrims from certain people. That's when I really felt it, and we lost like really stupid games against G2 that if we were a good team from the situations we're in, we cannot lose, And then I think we were not able to recover from that going against KC. We beat one team, we beat Giants, I guess.
You beat GX in the lower bracket. But even then, I don't know, I remember watching it and being like, oh, it's not a great look that they've had a game taken off of them there.
Yeah, I mean, I think the enemy bot lane was very stressed both times we played them this year. But we were not winning because we were a great team. I think we were just getting huge advantages through individual things, kind of. And yeah, versus KC, there was many things that were wrong, but the team already, you could see a lot of built up, unspoken things that you need to address if you want to really make a team work. That just, if you don't have these difficult situations, you're gonna have bad results at some point. That's just how it works.
A big thing that, like, kind of, you weren't a part of these teams, but like a big thing in like 2024, for example, with Fnatic was just like the way in which Fnatic talk, just like famously, like, not to make you kind of potentially talk bad about your own org, but it was like very funny to me, like the lack of acknowledgement about potential mental blocks that they had against G2, because it was like literally there was a post they made, like a post-season talk at like one of those like paywall talks that they do via their app or whatever. It was like them talking about how we don't have a mental block against G2, and then they went on to describe a mental block against G2. How much against when you're playing this series against G2 and you lose and you throw a 10k gold lead, did it feel at all like certain people on the team had a mental block against G2 specifically? Because that was what was happening in 2024. They were like just losing completely one game states, specifically against G2.
Maybe, but maybe it's just weaknesses being exploited in people's games that are like, maybe you tend to throw against certain plays that the enemies make if you know, like if you lose that consistently, maybe it's more like you are just not doing some aspects of your game very well that the enemy is really good at punishing. But it can also be mental block. I think that's for each player for themselves to admit to themselves, right? This is their truth. I can't really speak on that.
That's
I
fair.
would say G2 was a stronger team as well, so that they win, I get it. But I mean, the games that they threw with 10k gold leads, I'm pretty sure, like Noah said, that he was having like a lot of issues playing these situations outright. So if it's up to, I can't say who has mental blocks because it's like a internal thing, I would say.
For sure. That's fair, and I respect it a lot. The world's qualification split. So in summer, this is where literally your entire year hinges on the fact that you guys beat KC. Lots of people look at this series as like, oh, Oscar Innen, like, without being rude to him, he plays his sort of in some ways one of his best of five of the year, and one of the first best of five, because he was quite heavily underperforming in a lot of these. Maybe you would consider that to be an unfair evaluation, but I think a lot of people would say it. Was that the only thing that owed to this? Because from fan narrative perspective, people just looked at it like, oh, okay, Oscar stepped up and therefore it made things easier. But do you think this was a time where you guys were just kind of clicking more? Because obviously you made the change in mid lane as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Marek was a very strong player, but it brought some fresh air into the team. But I have to say, it didn't last super long. I felt very similar dynamics taking place again. People not speaking their mind, people having issues, not happy playing with each other. And it's hard because you don't want to speak for people, but people also don't want to hurt each other's feelings. Also, some people want to just get it over with and do something else, right? It just depends on how people deal with it. It's just
For sure.
it's very difficult. You really don't want to be mean because usually you care about your teammates, and you, even if they do stuff in game that really pisses you off, we are all humans, you know, and we see each other, and we don't want anyone to feel bad, and we don't want to. But that's sometimes what is necessary, you know. And obviously the coaches tried, and we tried, and obviously Oscar had a great series against KC, but he did have a lot of problems in other playoff series this year. It's not a secret. I don't need to act like it's not, but also it's not black and white that he was shit always, because that's what I also really hate to see. But you have to go series by series, you know, playoffs by playoffs. But it was great that he stepped up in that series. It felt really good to play that, but I would say, oh shit, I'm destroying my chair. I'm getting wound up here. Don't know why
All
it
good.
fell off, but I think my ADHD just kicked in. I think we played well in that series. That's what I wanted to say. And versus Koi, I don't know what happened in the summer split. I
Do you
feel like
you actually have ADHD? Or you just say
no,
it?
I don't think so.
Okay,
No, I
cool.
was just saying. I think we just versus Koi, there was just some. This is the flip side, right? We can praise Oscar for having a really great best of 5 against Canna, which is very, very impressive because he was maybe the best player in EU this year if you look at everything. But he also has these series against Mirwin where he just kind of runs it down, and it's very difficult to get him into a good game state, you know, and it's hard to get him back into it. And yeah, if you live by the sword, you die by the sword, but sadly the sword needs to kill people more than get killed, and this year it was difficult for us.
But going into Worlds, like obviously, like famously, like people always talk about like Fnatic not being like the best prepared for Worlds. It seems like almost like a curse, like in some ways. But like, what was the feeling going into Worlds? Because you're dealing with a Mickey who's potentially checked out, and some, just a lot of strain that's occurred over the year. Were you guys like really prepared for Worlds? Like, did you feel like everyone was like fully bought in? Because even yourself, like, were you fully bought in? Like, were you ready to play Worlds? Were you really excited?
I was very excited. I mean, like I said, my philosophy is to just do my best and try to make it work no matter what, because if it doesn't work anyways. So that's all I can do, is try to make it work and do my best. So I was very excited to play Worlds again, because I just had 2 years that were hell in a way, where, okay, I was third in Vitality and fourth in KC, but in between was a sandwich of 10th places, which was against everything that I want, against everything I work for. So I was excited to go there, but the realization definitely hit, like, okay, people are not feeling it. Let's try to talk to them. Okay, we're not getting scrims against good teams. We didn't scrim a single Korean team the whole time at Worlds, because we had a third seed from Europe. We had 3 games against BLG, 3 games against AL, 1 block against Fly, like
You win,
1
you
5
win
game block
any of
against
those
Flycon.
games against AL or BLG? Or?
I mean, we did okay. We did good against BLG, but this is just 3 games. I'm not saying like the results necessarily were very good or very bad. We just barely scrimmed, Most days we didn't scrim. Other days we did media. No Korean team would scrim us. And then people also were a bit sick, which is, all teams have to deal with that. It's not an excuse, but also people were like shockingly unmotivated to some degree. Like I think it's too recent to call out like specific behavior, but like I don't want to throw somebody under the bus, but I could say there was some really disappointing stuff in the team in terms of working, and that's just not that.
What
I
kind
mean,
of
obviously,
what kind of stuff are we talking
I mean,
about?
just not playing the game, just
So people weren't like
like
playing solo queue even.
sure, yeah, some, yeah. I mean, others, not others, yes, right, but it's more like giving perspective on like how can a team look this
To play devil's advocate, but do you not think the danger in not potentially? Obviously, it's recent, so maybe you don't want to call it out, but the danger is potentially in not saying it. Maybe people might think that it allows speculation, right? I'm not trying to bait you into saying, but I'm just putting that as a perspective.
No, I mean, I think it's, I mean, yeah, I mean, if people are intelligent and they don't know who it is, they're not gonna point fingers at somebody. But maybe that is not. Maybe I shouldn't have said it. Maybe
no, it's fair.
I'm just saying what I wanted to say is not to throw an individual person under the bus. It's just, if this is the kind of team atmosphere and the kind of how it is going, and you're not getting also scrims, and the game is like,
from my perspective, the
danger
is that now that you've said that, people are either going to assume it's Mickey because he's not on the team, and the big thing was like he'd mentally checked out, or they might think it's one of the guys that you're playing with next year, Razor.
I mean, you're making a process of elimination, but it was neither of them. Let's say you can. I mean, this is public information. You can look at the accounts. It's not like this is some breaking news.
Sure. I'm trying not. I'm basically just worried that people might think that it's one of those.
No, it wasn't them. But you can just look at the accounts if you want.
Sure.
To,
Okay.
like,
sure.
I assume this is like you're playing solo queue, right?
Yeah.
And it's not even that's horrible. Like maybe for some people this is like what they need mentally, but at the same time, if then the other things don't fit, like if you're not scrimming and you're not putting work with your teammates outside of the game. I'm not saying solo queue is the be all and end all, but at least you need to.
But your thing is you want to see people in the office grinding and putting time into the game because you're there.
I mean, no, just show that you care about it, right? That you want to make it work, that you want to make the team work, that you want to win That's what's important, and that can have different expressions. But if you don't do any of the things that, well, should lead to that, then it's a problem, of course, in my opinion, or probably, yeah, in my opinion.
And how did these?
But
sorry,
yeah,
what were you going to say?
No, but this just paints a picture of the overall worlds, and then I go out of the tournament and the takeaway is, oh, Fnatic lost because this player played passive in teamfights when the whole game is like so much deeper, and okay, we were obviously one of the worst teams at Worlds, but there's not really very many bad teams at Worlds. Like, and the teams we lost against, on paper, these are teams that probably should be better than us if you think about it. Like, we're one of the worst teams at the tournament. The first seed from China, the first seed from Taiwan. Or not Taiwan, sorry, from how's the region called now?
LCP.
Yeah, from LCP. And Koi that beat us already 2 times this year. We beat them only once. I can see that we lose to them, but it is made out to be this disgusting behavior by this team, and it's so horrible, and we should all lose our job and we should all retire immediately. And
Yeah, because
yeah,
you mentioned it
it
earlier,
sucks.
but like people were kind of memeing on you for the Herald stuff. There's people clip the series on supers like flashing on your head and like killing you and like in the Vayne game and stuff like this.
Sure. I mean, even these examples, like a tier 1 tower is less
Worth less
gold
gold.
worth less gold than a kill with assists if you could even get the tower in a game that's very losing, and I have the Herald, so the only realistic place where we'll put it is mid, because I'm not getting to push my lane in a game state that's very losing and going somewhere to put a Herald. So I could only put it mid, and they can defend it very easily if they play 2 match. And even if I would get that tower, which the Herald doesn't just kill a tower, obviously the tower has some other advantages if you can take it, but not in a game where you are extremely losing. And it's not like it's like so irrelevant to what happened in the game where we are positioning horrible around the Herald fight that should be different. We are losing matchups that we shouldn't. We are giving free kills to moves that are called, like double kills. It's just like so much stuff is going wrong in that game. But this is like the thing, because it's popular to shit, in this case on me, but it can also be somebody else. Oh, that's the funny meme because it looks funny, I guess, that I drive off in a Herald, which in a vacuum wasn't even like a particularly bad play. It could even be a net positive. Like it's very like unimportant, let's say, or like that I got flashed on and died. Like there's comps, like I'm looking, there's a skirmish on bot, and I know that she can be there, but I know that if I don't follow and she follows the fight and they win it, like I'm trying to help Razok that is escaping after they lost this 3v3. I want to try to help him, and then I put myself in a bad situation. Like I can just let him die and make sure that the fight for the enemy team is won no matter what. But there's like a lot of decision making that's going into that, right? And okay, even if I do a mistake, like every single fucking player makes mistakes, but it's very easy then to clip these bad moments from me and make it into a whole thing.
And
Which
how does that piss you off?
yeah.
Because presumably you're the one that's like kind of most bought into the culture throughout the year. It's going to sound like I'm glazing you, but this is just what I get from the coach. It's what Mickey tells me. You're the one that never really gave up, and you're grinding the entire year. And then you're sort of the one that's getting clipped and memed on the entire time. How did that make you feel? Frustrated or?
Well, I tried to go in depth into the social media thing before, right? It's just,
Yeah.
of course, no, I mean, how do you feel when somebody makes fun of you in a bad way and many people laugh about you?
But I
How do you
suppose
feel when
it's not just as simple as that, though, is it? Because it's not just that people are making fun of you. It must be equally, or it must be even more annoying the fact that you're the one that's probably. I mean, you don't want to say it like
yeah.
that, but you're the one that's working the hardest the entire year.
No, I mean, not even that. It's just if people say things about you that are untrue, how do you feel? If people are saying bad things about you that are untrue, like how does that make a person feel? You don't need to be a crazy empath to think about that, right? Like if people say things and many people do that, then it's not a nice feeling, obviously. But you can't go and defend yourself. That's just making it even worse.
How do you make it so that you direct the anger in a good direction? Because if I was in your position and like I'm working really hard and then I get to Worlds and one of my teammates isn't playing solo queue, you obviously can't know that these memes are going to come out. But in retrospect, how do you look at it like, well, why the fuck am I getting all this anger? Like there's a guy on my team that wasn't playing, or maybe there's people that are checked out during the year. How have you managed to get yourself in a position where you're directing the anger into healthy avenues? Also, where does the anger go, if there is any?
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, it's mixed feelings. Anger is one part of it. But first of all, I don't also want to say, oh, you guys should harass this teammate of me
Of
instead.
course,
Look at
that's
this
not
guy.
that. Yeah, that's not what I'm
No, no,
saying.
I know,
Yeah.
but it's like you can't really. I mean, you can channel it as motivation
But where do
potentially,
you, where
like.
do you? I guess a better question is where do you
Hmm.
put the anger? Like, how do you? Because it's not going towards your team, and it's not really going towards the public because you're not on social media. You used to let it out by arguing with people, but where does it go now? It has to go somewhere, right?
Yeah, I mean, I share my feelings with people that I care about. Obviously, I try to like use it as motivation to keep playing better and try to prove people wrong in a way, even though that also feeds into something unhealthy, I think, trying to look for validation so much from strangers online. But yeah, I mean, I share how I feel. I try to process these emotions and I try to um, do productive things in my life and not let it stop me from doing what I should do for my future.
For sure. I wanted to, in that case, talk about 2026 because you're back again. I don't know if that's been publicly announced, but it's speculated. If you can talk about it, like what was the renegotiation like? Is that even something you can comment on? I'm not sure. I actually don't know what's public and what isn't.
No, I'm sorry, I can't comment really on any of that. I'm just
Fair.
saying, I can just say if I would play potentially next year, I'm gonna do my very best. I'm gonna try to help my teammates as much as I can, and hopefully they help me as much as well. And it's another opportunity. Obviously,
I suppose in that
hasn't
sense,
reached.
you probably can't talk
Mhm.
about speculative teammates either and how you would feel about hypothetically playing with some of the people that are rumored to potentially be joining you.
We could talk about hypotheticals, I
How,
think.
very specifically, how do you feel about Losper as a player? Would you be excited to play with him if it was on the table?
From what I've seen and from the hypothetical conversations I had with him in my mind,
In
from
your,
how it went
in your mind
i-
palace?
in my mind palace next door, I think I'm very curious to see how that's gonna develop. I think he could be somebody very passionate and somebody that really um, has similar values to me. But obviously, I don't have too much information, right?
But you're excited and you're hopeful. I think that's important. And I think that's what people want to hear.
Yeah, I try to be always.
And you haven't given up, and that's so fucking admirable, dude. And it makes me so happy, and it makes me want to support you next year. As a non-biased journalist, I want to see you do well because
Nice.
it's really like warm. It warms my heart to see that you. I don't believe that you've given up, and you really think you can do it again next year.
Yeah, most days I do. Obviously, we all have bad days, right? But that's the goal.
That's lovely. I wanted to, as a final, because I'm so aware that I've taken you for so long and I'm getting spammed. My friend wants to go to the pub and have a drink, and I've stopped you from eating your dinner early, probably, and disturbed your day. But it's been so lovely speaking to you. As a final question, someone that's so important to you, and I'm wary in asking this question because I'm aware that maybe it could open up to more harassment. And if you don't want to talk about it, you don't want to talk about it. But often I feel like it's stigmatized to talk about the loved ones in our life, and so much of the community is just so misogynistic and full of incels, if we're being honest. But I wanted to talk to you about your wife because I wanted to ask you to maybe speak about what she means to you and that relationship and how important it is to you. Because so often, so much of the conversation is negative. And when you can actually speak and talk about how that love and that bond and how she's there for you, I think maybe it would do a work. Not to suggest she needs to be humanized because she's more than human to you. She's the love of your life, presumably. I don't know why I said presumably. I'm being diplomatic, but sorry, I'm like being nervous in
All good.
asking this. But I wanted to give you the opportunity to talk about that if you wanted to, because so many people are not humanitarian in their regards to talking about it.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, she's the most important person in my life, and she has supported me greatly. And at this point in my life, I mainly just want to keep her away from all of this community as much as possible because it's been sadly years of harassment. And there's also very nice people always. It's important to say that, but that's why I try to not put too much attention, like put too much into the crossfires, let's say, of the minority or the part of the internet that is so extremely, yeah, destructive, maybe. So I appreciate you asking, and like I said, she's the most important person for me, but at the same time, it's better to try to keep that more private, is what I learned, sadly, after this time.
For sure. I think it says it all that you appreciated me asking. In any case, it tells me everything I need to know, and I think anyone with a heart can read what you mean by that. I hope you don't mind me calling you Elias. I feel like we've gotten to know each other quite well over the course of this. This has been my favorite interview so far. I'll just say that. You know, you don't want to be unbiased. I have learned so much about you. I've learned that you have a huge heart. I think you're someone that's conquered so much adversity, and I really look up to you in so many ways. And I think you are a shining beacon of positivity and a story that many people should share, an inspiration to younger players, an inspiration to players your age, someone that's overcome so much darkness and the power and perseverance to keep doing it. Wow. What a story. What a man that you are. And you should be proud of yourself. Really. Thank you so much for coming on.
Yeah, thank you for having this conversation with me. Been a long time since I did such a long interview, I think. Your first name is Don, I guess.
Jake.
Your last name is Jake.
No, Jake. Jake's the first one.
You're not Don/Jake. No. Thank you for the interview. And no, I'm just my German sense of humor is
of course. I
amazing, as you could see here. Thank you, and I hope you have a good evening. And also thank you for all the people that are supporting me, because I know there's also a lot of love out there. I think it's important to also address maybe a little bit of the dark side of the public life.
And I think people should really appreciate how open and willing you are, because, you know, for how much you've been through, it'd be very easy for you to just be shut off. But the fact that you have the bravery to talk about this means that someone else out there might not need to go through the same things that you've gone through the same way. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for coming on.
Thank you.
Peace. Have a good one.
Goodbye. See you.
Goodbye.